stand by for action. Greetings, friends. Happy Friday. It's Friday today, as it turns out. And welcome to more Prince of Persia. What's up, Crushing Ceiling, Why Not, Jake, Quantum Pause, Killick, Space Hopper Copter, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, and other Prince of Persia enthusiasts. Well, you're welcome even if you're not a Prince of Persia enthusiast. Thank you very much for 100 megabits, Space Hopper Copter. Appreciate that. Yeah, so I wanted to play more Prince of Persia, and here we are. that's my intro. I was just itching to keep going, especially after doing a little bit of tinkering, setting some things up, configuring things for playing future and, as it turns out, past versions in our little timeline here. Thank you, Vinot79, for helping me out a little bit with, I guess troubleshooting isn't exactly the word for it, but we played the Amstrad CPC version of Prince of Persia last time, and we were having a little bit of problems. It wasn't running great. There was some weird stuff, so we kind of took a mulligan, and we will, in fact, go back to that today and hopefully do a proper attempt at playing through that version now under some slightly new technical solutions, and hopefully that'll run better. We're gonna get to the main thing that we're gonna get to, and I have a feeling that we will, for the most part, I think, I mean, that's my prediction anyway. Whenever I do these streams, I'll be really excited just to get going. That I don't know that I will want to spend too much time on preamble, but maybe I'm just saying that because I haven't had much stuff to talk about. Like, I haven't had a long agenda of shit I want to bring up before I get to game these past couple of streams. So maybe that's just you know, I was gonna say false positive. That's not really the word for it, but I don't know. Things can change. So we'll get to that shortly. However, Vinyl was really quick on the ball here with a box art review request, and of course it's highly topical. We would get to this sooner or later. Sooner rather than later, maybe, technically speaking, but not for a little bit, because we got a whole bunch of Japanese versions to cover. But we're going to be looking at a particular box for Prince of Persia, and I'll get it on screen shortly so you can understand what the heck I'm going on about, which will be relevant soon enough. In fact, we have talked about this before, but not really in this form. So there we go. I have the image ready. Let's hop on over here and get the image ready. I don't think we've covered this before, but even if we had, we have covered previous other Prince of Persia boxes, but not this particular one. And it's actually kind of an interesting one. I mean, there's plenty of interesting ones, but this one is interesting for a particular reason, I guess. And it is this box. Now, of course, this is a kind of a clumsy picture of this box, and surprisingly, annoyingly, there aren't, like, I've struggled to find good quality images of this box and others. But this is the Prince of Persia box that was used for the DOS re-release. But it was also used, at least in some version of it, was also used for the Mac version when that came out in like 92 or whenever that was. Yeah, Killick69, the Sense of Time remake, along with like 12 other Ubisoft games, have been canceled and postponed, and it's a whole thing. That company is, I don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're kind of in a gigantic, years-long crash fire. You know, as with anything, I would rather the Sense of Time remake exist than not. I'm never going to be like overjoyed that a game gets canceled. But you know, I was looking forward to it. I've spent the past 5 years going like, oh, I'll play that when it comes out. and then it's not coming out, so, well, I guess I'm not playing it. But I'm not, you know, broken up about it, because it was never something I really felt that passionate about to begin with. And ultimately, the original Sands of Time is a great game, and I think it's very unlikely that whatever this version would have been, I mean, if Ubisoft of all companies deemed it too bad to be released twice, I mean, I'm paraphrasing and perhaps exaggerating a little bit, but I don't know. You know, in their infinite wisdom, they spent like 11 years on Skull and Bones and released that game. And shockingly, somehow, of all the like 45 canceled games, reportedly, Beyond Good and Evil 2 is not one of them. Apparently, that game is still, for now, you know, happening, and that's like a pretty baffling. So what I'm saying is, you know, maybe their judgment isn't to be trusted. I don't know, but even so, whatever that remake would have been, it would of course always have been of some academic interest regardless of quality, but as a game, there's still the original game, and I'll play that. And even then, like, I like Sands of Time, I think it's a great game, but if the original Prince of Persia is like somewhere wrestling for the top 1, 2, 3 spots of like favorite games of all time, I'm not sure that Sands of Time is in the top 100. Like, it's a pretty vast gap. They just happen to be part of the same series. So, like, I wasn't invested in it to that degree. Like, I like the original Prince of Persia game. Well, that's an understatement of the year. I am obsessed with the original game. I enjoy the Prince of Persia series, but I'm not, like, that invested in each new one or remakes or whatever, just because they'll never replicate what made the original so amazing. I love the Lost Crown. I think that game was awesome, but and I was way more upset about the fact that the team that made that game were apparently basically disbanded as soon as that game was finished. And I'd be far more excited about a sequel to that game than a remake of the PS2 games. But even then, like, that's still not at all as... It's a good game, and I like it a lot, but the reasons I like that have almost no overlap with the reasons that I like the original Prince of Persia. They just happen to have the same name. But, you know, as I always say, I'd rather something exist than not, so, you know, sucks. And it's, like, obviously an extra little bit annoying, because it's been so long, and there have been plenty of rumors about it. It seemed like it's been close enough multiple times, and apparently there were a lot of scuttlebutt indicating that it was essentially done, that the game was like getting ready to ship in January of 2026, but instead of shipping it, they just canceled it. I don't know that that's 100% true, but, like, of course that's going to sting more than these other 5 canceled games that we don't even know what they are. You know, everything sucks though. But I guess that's about all I have to say on that particular topic. What's up, Father Axekeeper? Greetings. Ritzjin, welcome. I am superficially very vaguely familiar with the Arabian Nights 3D Prince of Persia type game. Like, I know it's a game that was... I know it's known because it's a janky mess. It's not known for being an amazing game or anything. I feel like if people know about it, it's like mostly it's as a punchline. But I don't know that much about it beyond that. I'd be curious to play it at some point, but again, like, I'm interested to a degree in things that are Prince of Persia adjacent due to their connection to Prince of Persia, but for the most part, if something like that interests me, it's more likely that it's because it interests me on its own merits. Like, I would like to play every Prince of Persia game, which would include, like, the tactics stuff and whatever else that's, like, that isn't necessarily interesting to me otherwise. But as far as, like, clones or rip-offs or, you know, just similar games, depends on what it is, of course. There's not one formula I would apply to everything, but I don't know. But I'm about 500,000 times more excited to actually just play Prince of Persia 3D. Because I played that game on PC when it came out, and I remember loving it. I remember thinking it was awesome. And I never finished it, but I remember playing it, for a little bit. I remember very little of the level design or the flow of the game or anything, but I do remember kind of glitching out, doing weird, like climbing on things that you quite clearly weren't quite supposed to be climbing on, and like just that being weird and fun, and I don't know. So I just had very fond memories of that game. And then like many years later, in some context that I have no memory of what it even was, I remember coming across mention of the game, and I was like flabbergasted that it was brought up as like a game that was famously like not well liked. I don't think he was even talking about it as if it was a commercial flop, just that like, oh yeah, the low point of the series, this piece of trash 3D Prince of Persia 3D, there was this like embarrassing mess and whatever. And I was like, what? People thought that game was bad? I remember it being sick. And ever since, that was, I'm sure at least 10 years ago, probably closer to 20. And, it might even have been, it probably was in relation to when some Prince of Persia game was coming out, but I don't think it was like when Sands of Time was coming out. But frankly, it might even have been then, which would put it at like, what, 2003? I just remember I played the game, I thought it was sick, didn't hear anyone talk about it for years. Then the next time I came across anyone mentioning Prince of Persia 3D, it was talked about as if though it was like a given that everyone was in agreement that it was trash. And I was like, what? What? No, that doesn't make sense. And of course, now I can see why people would maybe have thought that, but I also feel like, I'm sure it doesn't play or feel or look the way I remember it, but I feel reasonably confident that I would find enjoyment in it at the very least. So I've had that thought for many years that, man, I really want to revisit that. And I've done some research. Like, I know the PC version doesn't play well with modern PCs, so you gotta apply like 12 different Russian developed fan patches and whatever else. Like, you gotta jump through a couple of hoops, but it seems doable. It was ported to Dreamcast, but I want to say that version was quite different. I couldn't tell you how, but I remember making the assessment that I should be playing the PC version. Now, of course, like, even emulating Dreamcast isn't without its troubles either, so it might have been because of that. I don't really know. I did some amount of research into that, but even that was probably about 5 years ago. Because I last sort of toyed with the idea of playing a bunch of Prince of Persia games when the Sands of Time remake was like announced and was like about to come out the first time, and that was, I want to say, in like early 2020, because that's when I played the original Sands of Time, and we played the Mac version of Prince of Persia. Like, and I had this whole like, oh shit, we gotta play all these Prince of Persia games, and that didn't really like, it didn't really materialize in any organized form. But around that time, for that reason, I did some research into POP 3D, but I haven't really touched it since then. Yeah, the film that was mostly based on Sands of Time came out in 2010. It's not great, but it's okay. It's got some decent stuff in it. It's not bad, but it's not, you haven't missed that much. I want to say, we watched it on Discord like a few years ago, and I remember it being kind of a frustrating movie in the sense that it's like, it's on the cusp of being good, but it's also like kind of half-baked and doesn't quite live up to the potential of what it sets out to do. And I want to say it's probably got some attempts at humor that don't really land, but I would say all in all, probably worth a watch. What's up, Retro Demiurgy? Welcome. Mendel, greetings. Anyway, we're supposed to be reviewing this box art, and people can keep bringing up interesting discussion topics in chat instead, so I keep getting sidetracked. But yes, you will see, and you will have seen, the original Prince of Persia box art right next to my face here. Not currently, but on the other stream layout. The original painted box with the kind of old classic pulp feeling, which is an awesome box, and as far as the artwork goes, way better than this one, in my personal opinion. But this is the box that was designed by, I always forget this guy's name, but I want to say it's like Hawk Wa Yo or something like that, who's basically famous for designing this exact kind of box for a couple of different publishers in the 80s and early 90s. And when I say this exact kind, I don't mean this exact shape, but like oddly shaped boxes that were very much pieces of art in and of themselves, with these like geometric interlocking shapes and like very irregular. Like the whole thing about them was that they really stood out on a shelf. So in case it's not clear, this is a scan, presumably. Someone stuck this in their flatbed scanner and cropped it terribly, because you can kind of see that there's so the white parts are like, that's the background. The shape of the box is this like hourglass shape, and the top like slots into the bottom, which is why there's kind of a shadow coming off of the bottom part onto the top part. Hokyo. Yeah, I guess I don't know how to pronounce it, but yeah. You can find people put together like wonderful galleries. I think there was even a website that had all these boxes that you could like look at in 3D in your web browser, because you can't get the full impact of just a picture, especially not a bad picture like this one. But again, they're like weirdly difficult to find good pictures of. So a lot of his boxes had these like not only did they have very irregular shapes, but they also typically didn't necessarily have like a this isn't the only one that has a kind of graphic design, like, I don't want to say abstract, but sort of, you know, it's not just a painting on a box shaped canvas. It's got the painted character, but then everything else is these like weird patterns and shapes. And I want to say that that's kind of a recurring element in his box designs too. But the reason why this is like interesting is that apparently, again, according to Jordan Mechner anyway, it is when this version came out in this box, that is when the game became a hit. It did well critically, presumably. We can see several awards in 1990 that the original version had received. Well, the original DOS release, presumably. I don't think... Like, the Apple II version in 89 probably didn't make that much of an impact at all. Because the Apple II was just, like, not a relevant platform in 89. Which is, I'm sure, why Broderbund would have insisted on porting it to DOS kind of as quickly as possible. And they did. They put out the DOS version in 1990. But again, that still wasn't, like, a smash hit by any stretch. But when this version came out, and I don't know what the release date of this version would have been exactly, but again, you can see that it is bragging about the awards the previous release had won. So it would at least have been in 1991, but it might have been in 92. And like maybe the Mac version was around the same time. The timeline's fuzzy, but apparently when they put it out in this configuration, that's when it became a big hit. And the I guess it must have been before Prince of Persia 2, which I think was 93, 92, 93. Obviously, you know, you would maybe expect that re-releases of the first game kept happening until the second one came out, but it's not that unusual for I guess I have this kind of top of mind, but I want to say that the CD version of The Secret of Monkey Island, for example, came out after Monkey Island 2. So, like, re-releasing a game after the sequel is out wouldn't be strange. But the release of Prince of Persia 2 has a very similar box. It's like kind of, I want to say that it's shaped sort of upside down relative to this. Like the bottom part is larger, and then or something like that, or it's got, I forget what it's, but it's similarly like convex and multiple pieces, and it's got a similar kind of awkward, weird graphic design. Like it doesn't have a proper painting on it. So I guess it would have made sense on some level that maybe those boxes were kind of commissioned around the same time. Or, I mean, if this just came first and this box felt like it was a contributing factor to the game becoming a huge hit, sure, why not get the same guy to do the the box for the sequel. But yeah, so like this box is like to a degree is like, if you are to ask Jordan Mechner and perhaps Broderbund, like the box is at least partially to be credited for like actually making this game successful. Yeah, I was gonna say Gabriel Knight is maybe the other box that people might be most familiar with. There's like Spectre that had this like insane, like there's like a cylindrical part and then there's like multiple bits that like fold and it sits like a cross beam. It's like insane. But even then, like I had a version of like a re-release CD-ROM Gabriel Knight version, which I don't think it came in like a DVD style plastic case, but it came in a similar like slim, smaller box. It has the same illustration on it, but I had never seen, I hadn't realized that it originally came in this like crazier box. But yeah, that's the thing. Like you might think of like, oh yeah, I remember that kind of box. Like that was a cool trend when companies tried doing weird boxes, and it's like, no, they they hired the one guy who did them. So, and I mean, that's a pretty cool legacy. I want to say like there are other ones, like Day of the Tentacle. I don't know. I don't think that was him. There was also like the Marathon games. I mean, it might have been. I'm not sure. Marathon, the Bungie games had like, they were also in kind of weird shaped boxes, and that might have been him, I guess, because they're cool. They're also quite like graphic design-esque. They're sort of trapezoid. Like if you look at it on a shelf, it's got like a flat back, but the front of it is sort of triangular, so it's got like an edge in the center. And I think for Marathon 2, the center of it sort of like folds in. So it's like pointing towards you, but the middle of it has like a little indentation with the logo. There's some other box I was thinking of. Oh yeah, there's Fade to Black, which has a painting by Mobius, which is insanely sick. That was also like kind of ruined in all of the ports and re-releases because it was this wraparound like folding thing that it's like also not quite square or like box shaped. But I don't know if the box design was this guy or not. But anyway, we're digressing. So I think this box is like interesting. You got to give him credit for the like the unique nature of the design, and it's so like avant-garde, out of the box. Well, pardon the pun. Thinking for like how to design an appealing product. But I always disliked it. It just doesn't like really fit with my tastes as far as like I'm such a like I love box art for games, and I love, I don't want to say like a very narrow specific like kind of box arts, but I have my tastes, and it usually doesn't, you know, I don't typically go for stuff that's like very heavy on the graphic design stuff. But even then, I think it's a matter of subject matter and like what's appropriate for a certain game. Because I think when I think of, and again, I have it sort of in memory, like Spectre or even, you know, Marathon, those are games that have a visual identity where I think that style goes really well with it. But for Prince of Persia, I feel like it's a strange choice. I mean, the actual painted character here is certainly well painted, but it feels like it's been cropped out of a painting where he actually fits in. So, like, if I were to imagine what the painting would have been, where this, you know, where this character is fit into an actual physical environment. On the one hand, I think that I would maybe have liked that better, but on the other hand, I feel like when I envision what that would look like, it feels like those very plain, very like, let's just paint what the game is in that like super literal sense, which I'm also not a huge fan of. We talked about that in some previous reviews, like when you have a painting of, you know, someone like very literally depicting, like I think that's a kind of typical thing in a lot of, I associate it with kind of American video game boxes of like, let's try to put what's in the game on the box. in a pretty, like, in a way that isn't evocative of anything that's sort of beyond the screen when playing the game, but rather like what's on the screen very specifically. And especially when you have something that from, you know, it kind of looks like we're in this sort of side view perspective. So if you imagine like a dungeon hallway in the background, I feel like that would be, it could still be a very competent, but still not that interesting of a painting, especially given the frame of reference that we have for the original painting, which has this wonderful kind of theatrical movie poster vibe with this like collage with the Jafar and the princess. You got the, you know, the guys fencing on the stairs. Like, that's such an exciting, evocative painting that captures the vibe of the game so well without being overly literal, whereas this is like kind of neither, because it certainly doesn't capture the vibe of the game. It implies a bit of spikes, I guess, but like, you know, the kids jumping, sure, but you know, it's still I don't really like it. I mean, I don't think the red things are spikes. I don't think there is a literal interpretation to be made, but I think the shapes certainly imply them. So I think as far as like giving it this kind of treatment, it's not a badly executed job by any stretch. I just think it's not a kind of treatment that I think is overly appropriate to the subject matter. It just dawned on me, by the way, that the design for the character is pretty much one-to-one with how he looks in the Mac version specifically. The PC98 port by Arsis is the one that sort of invented you know, the turban and the vest and the shoes. And that version was then subsequently used as the basis for the graphics in multiple later versions, including the Mac version. But the Mac version specifically, he has this color scheme, which is different from most, if not all, the Japanese releases. So it makes sense from that perspective that the Mac version would have been like the reference point for this painting, and maybe that this was made for the Mac version, and alongside it, they re-released it for DOS with the same box. That's purely speculative, but that seems plausible to me. But as far as reviewing this box, like, I don't really like it. I have a lot of respect for it, and I have a lot of respect for the design, and I think the painting... I think the painting part is super well done. Whoever painted that, I would have loved to have seen a proper full painting by them. I think that could have been an amazing cover. But as it stands, if I had to choose between this and the original box, which was made for the Apple II release, the very original release, but it was retained for all the computer ports before this one, I think the original box is far more appealing than this. Like I said, we reviewed it, and I think I gave it 5 stars, if not ultimate God box status. And to me, this isn't even close. There are things I appreciate about it, like I said, and I think as a physical artifact, if you had this box, you might like it more than the other one, just because the box itself is interesting. But that's, I don't know, it's difficult for me to you know, take that into account when reviewing it. One, because I don't have the box, and two, I think it becomes a little weird because it's an element. If I review a PS2 box art, I'm not really going to take the physicality and the properties of a DVD case into account so much, right? Because it's more about the visual design. And the strengths of this are the stuff that goes like beyond outside that, because it's more about the physical box itself. So I think ultimately, when it comes down to it, like, if I were interested in having this in my collection, which I never would, by the way, because I'm sure this goes for like $8 million, it's not for the visual, like, aesthetic of the box. And again, just as a point of comparison, like the Gabriel Knight one has, I think that one is much more appealing because the art is integrated more into it, and the art itself is really cool. But the it's much more, any appeal that this has to me is so much more about anything that isn't the visual design of this packaging. What's up, V Empire Dan? Remembers that the broken out jump animation that was on the back of this box was the most exciting part. I do recall that now that you mention it. I don't think I handled this box physically, but I'm sure I've seen scans of it, or it's just like all the individual frames of the jumping animation are used like as a graphical element. So yeah, I think this is like top-notch product design, but not, for me, particularly high-ranking box art. That's how I feel about it. So ultimately, because of that, it's very funny. We've had this happen before, but for me, this lands at a 3-star score, which is funny to me because 3 stars is like the average. That's what like a majority of all the reviews end up at 3 stars, because usually like it's kind of there's nothing special, it doesn't, you know, excel anywhere. This average is like the last word you would ever use to describe this box, right? Like it's such a specimen of like a very unique design principle and philosophy. But in terms of my personal taste and assessment, like, it doesn't... You know, maybe I could go as far as 4 stars. But I don't know, I don't feel like that's really fair, because I don't really like it that much. 3 is, like, perfectly adequate, perfectly, like, what's the word? I was gonna say unassailable. That's like the opposite of what I'm looking at. Like it's you know, it's not bothersome. There's nothing bad about it. Average of the highs and lows. I mean, it's not really even that. It's just like on a gut level. Does this rise to the level of 4 stars for me? And it doesn't. And that's I think that's why a lot of things end up at 3, because anything lower than 3, I feel like I need to find things about it that I dislike, or things that I think are of questionable quality execution wise, and there's nothing about that for this game. What's up, Macaw45? Shove the original POP painting on the top of this and it would be cool. Yeah, I don't know, like I said, I think I'd like to know who painted the character and see what else they have done, if they've painted other boxes. I presume that it's not the designer of the box who painted it. But as it stands and how that's been incorporated here, like, it just doesn't... It's just too weird and abstract for this game, in my opinion. I think the original box captured the tone of what it was going for so perfectly that this is just, like, kind of weird. But hey, I mean, good job on designing something weird that actually made the game sell millions of copies or whatever. So, you know, I can't hate on it too much from, like, from a publisher standpoint. It is, I mean... It is at least risky and weird. You know, they didn't abandon the original design ethos in favor of something extremely safe and bland. So, like, it's got that going for it, which is why I can really respect it, but it just doesn't do a lot for me. As far as, you know, we've talked plenty of times about the poster test. Like, would I want this on a wall? Absolutely not. Like, it would be like an eyesore. So I have far more respect for it than I do subjective appreciation. So there we go. That's my review of this particular Prince of Persia box art. And with that, let's move on to more Prince of Persia right here. Last time, as mentioned, we... let me bring up the timer here. Actually, let's do this. We played the Amiga version, we finished it. We attempted to play the Amstrad CPC version, but had to abort because we were having some technical difficulties. The game crashed when we eventually made it past level 2 or level 3. I can't even remember. It was a whole mess. So we moved on to the Sam Coupé version, which is the first one we actually properly were able to play that definitively does not play correctly. But before we advance, we're going to go back to the CPC version because we have, again, with the help of Vinot, I have sourced different methods of applying it, which should work better. I did not really have the time and ability to thoroughly test if my new solution works well with OBS, because the OBS capture might have been what would cause some problems previously, but knock on wood, hopefully it should work. We're going to be using a different emulator, and at least from minimal offline testing, it seemed to work a little bit better. The emulation seemed to work better, but the game itself, while not as fucked as the Sem Coupe version, the CPC version seems to have its own share of issues. So we'll start there, and we'll do a run of the CPC version, after which we will advance to the Atari ST version. And the Atari ST version is very exciting to me. I mentioned it multiple times, but it was kind of the impetus for wanting to do this whole thing in a sense, coming across the ST version and realizing that it was way more different than I expected, because it's got totally unique graphics. And then, I mean, I did a little testing to get the PC98 version up and running today too, and I'm like, I can't wait to play that version. So we'll see. We might go a little late today and actually get through these 3 versions. We might stop after the Atari ST version. I don't know. I was half planning to like do a stream now and then continue tomorrow. But I think if we finish after the ST version tonight, I don't think I can keep myself from playing the PC98 version tomorrow, so we'll probably do that on stream. But if we go through all 3 tonight and we go a little later, that might be it, and I might not want to jump immediately back into it, but we'll kind of play it by ear. Did I color the lines individually to have a gradient? No, I used a gradient to get a gradient. This is all like an image that I made in Photoshop. I wanted to have the gradient on each line, but the way it was set up meant each line had to be its own text element, and I could definitely not be fucked doing that. I think this looks fine anyway. But yeah, so we're gonna go through these in chronological order. This is stream number 3, 4? I can't count. It's the 3rd stream. And we made it, you know, to game number 4 or 5-ish. So it will be here a while. The release dates aren't, like, we don't know them super, like, some versions don't really have exact release dates. So to the best of my ability, I've sorted these in a mostly chronological order that feels like it makes sense. And we are going to be doing basically one run of each game. We quickly realized that some of these computer versions have a certain propensity for crashing and not allowing us a full run, which is not something I originally took into account. But essentially, provided everything works, we do one run with a full hour, whether that allows us to complete the game or not. So for each game, once we've played it, we will mark it with a trophy to indicate victory, or a skull to indicate defeat. And as I had to invent on the fly last time, a cross for if we aborted it. We will then follow each version with my highly sophisticated evaluation system, where I use an emoji to summarize my feelings about the game. So yeah, I think that's about all we need to know. Yeah, it turns out that it was just easiest to do the there's a bunch of shit set up in OBS, but it was a hassle to like set up all the text elements, so I did it as a picture. That was easier. But you do know, I hope, that you can set gradients on text elements in OBS as well. Bardic Broadcasts, greetings. Did you miss any Persia? Well, we discussed a box design for a different version of the game. And we discussed the cancellation of the Sense of Time remake. But as far as playing games on today's stream, no, you are just in time. We are, in fact, just about to start playing the Amstrad CPC version. So let me... let's see here. I will start this up. I'm using something called Retro Virtual Machine, which is an incredibly obnoxious emulator. But it does appear to serve our purpose in this particular instance. So let's see if... There we go. There we go. So let me... Did I... Okay, so now I have to do this. Ridiculous, but... Oh yeah, we have also, by the way... Okay, floppy loaded. I believe this is what I typed to boot it up. It's got its ups and downs, I think, why not? But it works. You are not wrong. Hey, it's got its own volume slider. Computer emulation is almost always a huge fucking hassle in one way or another. That much is true. Yeah, I've got all these unhinged Australians on Twitch hanging out in my chat. I very much appreciate that. The Empire Dan, for now, you can go to my past broadcast, like past broadcast, you know, behind my shoulders. I do have a YouTube channel, which Nightbot conveniently just linked. Actually, I think that link's out of date. I think if you go to youtube.com/@Jiggy, that old link might work, but I think that's a more up-to-date link. None of the Prince of Persia stuff is on my YouTube channel currently, but after the Twitch VODpocalypse, the YouTube channel is where I keep VODs. I might not archive and transfer everything, but these streams I definitely will. But they're gonna sit in the previous, you know, past broadcast for about 2 months, and at some point within that 60-day window, I'm gonna hopefully stop being lazy and export them to YouTube. But for now, I think that's the easiest. Well, I mean, for now, it's actually the only way. You can go to my YouTube channel by all means, but you won't find these videos there. You will, however, I think, maybe find a playthrough of the Mac version from like 5 years ago. You will also find a playthrough of fan-made Prince of Persia 2.5, which is an incredible game, and some other stuff. So feel free to check that out. Let's hydrate. Thank you for the reminder. Yeah, the CPC is interesting. It's got a very distinctive look to it with its color palette. It gives me Prince of Persia. It gives me Master System vibes, which isn't to say that this is anything like the Master System version of Prince of Persia, which we will get to eventually. But yeah, something about the, like, compared to other 8-bit systems, like the Commodore 64 has a very muted color palette, and compared to something like the NES, there's just something very vibrant about it that's, I think, quite charming. Looks like we might be getting some tearing. I don't know if there's like a VSync setting, but whatever. The graphics are a bit messed up in this version anyway. There's video of me playing Batman and Robin for the PS1, but spoiler alert, I do regret to inform you that I was not able to finish that game. Using a walkthrough and save states, I made it about 1/3 of the way through that game, because it's insane. But it is insane, parentheses, positive as well. And I've been waiting for like 5 years for Macaw 45 to play that game. One day. We got the leaderboard in this version. It's actually well, I was going to say it's pre-populated. That might be this disk image, who knows. Which brings me to what I was going to say. I do have an alternate disk image of this, which has a trainer. So if we have problems with this one, we might pop in that version and use the level select skip to get to the end of the game. In case it's not super important to me that we see the entirety of the game for every version, but since we have that ability, it might be interesting to check that out to see like what the ending looks like. Because I have a sneaking suspicion based on my previous testing that we will definitely struggle to finish this game. Let's press the space bar. I think it's loading. Some loading noises. Greetings, Shaboy J. Oh, start the time. So, we played the Sam Coupe version and determined that it had plentiful, like, weirdnesses in how it failed to respect the rules of the game. And this one has some, like, crouching doesn't move me forward, but it does feel a lot more faithful for the most part. But this game does have a fair amount of quirks of its own. I think the visuals are quite cool. I like the way it looks, with the exception that like when things move at speed, it gets a bit weird. The combat is definitely a bit strange. Like the timing of animations and stuff gets kind of messed up, which causes some problems. But the tile set and the character animation and the color palette, I think that's all very appealing. How many games are on the docket? So the full game list is 24 games. But I've come to realize that might be... maybe I should have made it 25. Because we will look at both. But, oh yeah, the minimum distance you can run when you just tap the direction in this is like too short. You're not supposed to be able to run like one tile like this. It's convenient, I guess, but it ain't right. But the reason I say that is because the Mega Drive version, the PAL and North America versions are quite different. So we'll play both, but like maybe I should have... Maybe I should have counted those as two separate versions, but it doesn't really matter. As far as today's stream, we will definitely be playing this and the Atari ST version. This is the one I know that Macaw45's been looking forward to. He's kept banging on about it. And I'm looking forward to it as well. And if time permits, and, you know, depending on excitement levels, we might do the PC98 version tonight as well. But yeah, like this game, controlling the character mostly feels correct. Like I said, there's some inconsistencies. Tapping down to crouch, like, you can see that there's, like, he kind of steps forward when he gets up. And in most versions, you do actually move forward. But you can see the green line of the door, the way it's aligned in front of the character. Like, he doesn't actually move forward. If I jump, he does move forward. And that's accurate. If I take a little sneaky step, it's quite fast. Distance seems maybe about right. So there's like things that are a little bit different, but don't necessarily cause issues. Now the combat is a different story, because it's not super jacked, but it's like medium jacked. The timing to react with a parry and a counterattack is very difficult. And I think in this version, unless I'm getting it all mixed up, I'm fairly sure you cannot swap positions with guards. Luckily, you can mostly... Like, if you have room, you can kind of do that, at least in these early levels. You can have them walk into your range, and then you attack. And they don't typically immediately attack. They might walk up and then block. But the timing for drawing the sword... You see the guard advancing on me? Like, even with this much space, I barely had time to pull out my sword. And that's going to be a real issue about 2 screens from now. The next guard we're going to fight is positioned in a very awkward way, which, you know, in most versions is kind of fine. But I'm going to need to drop down there and pull out my sword and try to defend myself before it's too late. Okay. We're okay. This actually usually... We're not okay. Okay. This took me so many tries. Because if you get a little bit unlucky with the timing, or... You know, if he attacks immediately and you don't manage to block... Oh, I did actually reach there. You get hit once, and in fact, even blocking, if you don't counterattack, just doing a parry will push you backwards. But if you parry and counterattack, you are not pushed backwards. In other versions, you will either have the ability to take a step forward before he attacks you, because you will just pull out your sword faster. Or if not, if he pushes, you know, towards you that way, you can swap positions. If you walk towards a guard until you like collide with him, you can in fact... This one is kind of weird. The tile... like the positioning for hitting this tile to knock it loose is very mysterious. Took a sneaky step and I still didn't make it all the way to the end of the tile. Turn around. Grab. Turn around. But like this, the way I end up at the edge of the tile and can make these jumps consistently, that's all correct, which was not the case in Sam Coupe. I can't believe we did this level first try. This took me like 12 tries yesterday. We got pretty lucky with that one guard. But that's the thing, like, the game mostly works the way it should, but there's some elements of timing in the combat, and the fact that you cannot swap positions with the guards that doesn't affect every fight, just because of the way, you know, the way the guards are placed. It might not be a factor. But in the situations where it is a factor, it can like completely flip a particular fight on its head. And that can create some really weird difficulty spikes. This feels so good after that incredibly fucked up Sam Coupe version. Like, you can time these jumps properly. The Sam Coupe version has like no end to all the weird fucked up things about it. But one thing is that like it's got these weird half tiles where like the tile grid is like isn't even consistent. It's bizarre. Timing's correct. It's really like there's some minute differences in the way the character behaves in terms of movement. But those things are all really just different. They don't really make the game harder or worse. Like the fact that tapping down isn't something you can do to... See, like that. I climbed up, I took a step to the left, and that did not put me in range to climb up here. Like, that's a little weird, but it's not really, like... It's not a crucial difference, because it's not very likely to kill me in a situation where I would otherwise have survived. As soon as I step into his range, he will attack, basically. And... even with that knowledge, it's like hard to get that parry to come out. I'm trying to buffer the input. Okay, so he flew off the edge of the screen. I'm very curious to see how this plays out, because when I tested this yesterday... Actually, let me go up and grab this potion. So the skeleton is supposed to be waiting on the bottom screen. But when I played this the last time, he was just gone. So I'm curious. But in case he's there like he's supposed to, well, he's gone. Yeah, maybe he's on the one screen over to the right. Cause, oh, okay. I just landed. See, there's some little weird things like that. But after having stomached the Sam Coupe version, and having played other way more broken versions, these little quirks of this version is like, oh, dude, who cares? It's fine. Like, doesn't make any difference. Cutscene. I'm progressing incredibly smoothly in this one now compared to previous attempts, which has me kind of excited. We'll see how it goes. Bottle fizz animating backwards. I didn't notice. Quite pleasant aesthetic. The solid black background feels a little strange, but it's pretty neat. The Sam Coupe version had a very strange palace tile set where that's right, I forgot. Where the tiles like it had some of the decorations, like the windows and the pillars, but the wall and floor tiles were all the same as the dungeon. I guess actually the wall tiles are probably the same here as well, but the color's different enough to give it a very different impression. The sound effect on the jaw traps in this version is a little suspect. There we go. Yeah, alright, okay. Fully stocked. Like, of course, the, yeah, stopping at a screen edge can be a little weird like that. Yeah, you have to, like, kind of preempt the attack. Fighting is definitely the weakness of this port. It's a little bit strange. Should be okay. I don't think this is... Oh my... Okay, well, I think I do want that health now. I held upright, but maybe I didn't... hold it quite as much conviction as I should have. Because the way it works, like if you're just tapping up and forward instead of holding it, I've had it happen on multiple occasions in different versions of the game, including the Apple II and DOS versions, that it just it sort of ends up being a running input instead of a jumping input. Which obviously, if you're at the edge of a platform, is not what you want. You can see the way the characters are drawn when they move on screen. It gets like really choppy and weird too, which like definitely does not help with the readability during combat. But it's perfectly doable. The AI feels like a little bit different, but that's never like super consistent anyway. And once you start getting a few more health upgrades, it becomes kind of less of a factor as well. So I think we'll definitely... Okay. Feel like I should have been able to through there. That's annoying, because that was right at the end of the level. It's a very unusual place for me to take a death, but it's okay. I think we still have time. What's up with my... Oh, that's right. I was like, what's up with my health bar? That happened last time as well. It looks that way because we don't have 5 health. I have 4 health because I get the health extension here. That was badly timed. There we go. So now we have actual 5 health. So when it looked like I had 5, but only 4 were filled up, that was like a complete lie. I had a maximum of 4 out of 4 health. So that's presumably just a bug in the CPC version of the game. Not some emulator glitch or anything, I don't think. Sure, you could time that jump to do a running jump through here, but feels a little unsafe. Jingle unceremoniously cut by the trap sound. I think probably we'll see how this evolves over the course of these different versions. But as far as versions that like have tangible differences in how it actually plays, this one still holds up quite well. Like, it's not as good. I don't think, like, every single change or difference as far as, like, controls and gameplay. See, like that, like, he did an attack, and I didn't get hit by it, but I also didn't block it. Very strange. I think every difference mechanically in this version is for the worse. Like, I think this is a weaker version of the game than the DOS version, for example. But nothing makes it, like, meaningfully worse to the point where it's like I wouldn't want to play it. Or at least so the timing there is like there's a bit of a delay when you start running. There, let's see how this looks. Fucked up the timing of the jump. Okay, let's try again. Oh, that looks pretty cool. So you're always down to 1 health when you jump through the mirror, but there's nothing else to hurt you after that point. So you just leave the level, get refilled. That was a pretty cool take on the shadow clone. In my experience with the versions that I have played previously, any like discrepancies and inconsistencies in terms of controls and mechanics are usually like a kind of a death sentence for a port. Like any difference tends to be for the worse, and enough differences or differences being big enough, it tends to have an overall like devastating effect on the game. Most important thing is how the mouse looks. I mean, I don't really agree, but even if I did, I would say that all hinges on the port being solid enough to allow you to get to stage 8. There's plenty of ports that are quite fucked. See, that's interesting. I was holding the key there because I wasn't sure if I would grab that ledge or not. Normally, you would land on this platform, but I actually had to grab the ledge there. If you can't get to level 8 and see the mouse, or at least, yeah, I guess after level 7, the cutscene is where you first see the mouse, then I would argue that it doesn't really matter what the mouse looks like. These guys can be quite defensive, but usually they don't counterattack, which means I can just do that over and over. Without getting too ahead of ourselves, I think you will find, Bardic, that the PC98 version is really the one version that actually makes changes to the game. Like, yes, there are mechanical changes in this one and the Sam Coupe version, but those are clearly not design changes. Those are just like failures to authentically replicate the mechanics. There are no real differences in terms of the presentation of the intro or the, you know, the text screens or the cutscenes. Even the aesthetics of the tile sets in the princess's room. Like, it's all basically using whatever capabilities to best replicate the DOS version with some very slight, like the colors here, for example. This might be real tricky. Okay. I was very blessed there that he didn't attack me. Even reacting to his attack with a parry is not trivial. Yeah. The timing and interaction in fights are weird. That's like when the mechanics of this version fall apart a little bit. Now, the PC98 version was very specifically the kind of foundation for not only the Super Famicom version, which was also by Arsys, but the Japanese PC ports, but also some other Japanese ports, like the Mega CD and PC Engine versions, which were done by different Japanese developers. They're not as like one-to-one with the PC98 version, but I think they retain most of the changes of that version. The Super Nintendo version is by far the one that's the most different, and I do believe, I mean, and I do too, but I was going to say, I do believe, Bartek, you would quite enjoy the addition and changes made in that version. I think the Super Nintendo Prince of Persia is excellent. It's a great game, but I think it's a different game because they change all the level designs and everything. I also think, on account of making the game much longer, it's not as well paced as the original, which to me means that it's not... I can't... Is there health up here? Or is there just nothing? It's nothing. Not only do I find it difficult, if not impossible, to like rank it as one of many versions of the same game, but I also think I like it a little less. Just because, like, the original Prince of Persia is so perfectly paced that it's just, like, super fun to run through it. Whereas the Super Nintendo game is, like, twice as long, and it's more difficult. That it's, like, the balance of challenge and mental strain versus, like, fun and excitement, it just adds up to a different equation. Having said that, there isn't really any individual thing that they did or added to that game that I think is like bad. Some of the new puzzle mechanics I think for sure are a little questionable. Yep, I couldn't stop in time, so he attacked me before I could start the pulling out the sword animation, which kills you instantly. And that, like, that's not really supposed to happen, because this version, like, the guards are just... There's something about the timing for pulling out the sword that seems like it's a bit slower in this version. Like, there's a bit of a delay before you start pulling the sword. But the guards also seem quite aggressive in, like, walking into range. Especially in those spots where you just have a little bit limited room to maneuver. They're very aggressive about closing that gap in a way that I couldn't describe to you exactly what it's like in the original. I can just tell that it's different because those fights give me so much more trouble in this version for whatever reason. I don't think recording inputs would work very well because all the games like run at both different speeds from one another, but also like not a very consistent speed internally. Assuming you would like record them and play them back in real time, but I feel like accounting for like machine timing would make it even more complicated. So, but I mean, even with the... That was a bizarre interaction. Even with the quirks of the combat in this version, it's not nearly as broken as the combat in the Mega Drive version, for example. In this one, the rules are mostly correct. There's some things, like the fact that you apparently cannot swap positions, which is like a difference in the combat mechanics that is a bit fucked. But blocking and parrying and counterattacking, like, all that basically works the way it should. There we go. Like, you have to stop on the exact right tile, because if you take one step further, that's what I did last time, and he just instantly kills you because you don't have time to start drawing the sword. Like, if you get hit, this is like reusing a mechanic basically from Karateka, where in that version, or in that game rather, you have like a combat stance and a running stance. And if you're in a running stance, that was the last guy too, and you get punched, like, you die. I think that's how it works. Anyway, there's a difference between the stances. So here you kind of are either in platforming mode or combat mode. And if you get hit with a sword when you are not in combat mode, you die in one hit. However, if you have begun the animation of drawing your sword, you are in combat mode. Even if your sword isn't fully drawn, even if you don't have time to parry or attack, you are still in combat mode, so you will only take 1 damage. Which means, if there's an extra delay to the start of entering combat mode, like, that's a bit of a problem. Right, I forgot. For some reason, so this is like the boss level. This is where we fight the fat guard. And it's a short level, but I always forget that it's got like these platforming screens, or really like trap avoidance screens. So here, you can't do a running jump because it'll land you on those spikes. You gotta do it that way. Oh, no fat guard sprite in this version. In fact, he feels identical to the other enemies, which isn't the case in the original. In the original, this guy is more... not necessarily more aggressive, but he will counterattack after blocking. Which is an ability that I'm not even sure the guards can do that. Like, I don't know that we've seen it even once. Of course, they make up for it by, like, attacking through your attacks and shit sometimes, but mostly they just block. Oh, like that. How does that work? I hit him and he was, like, blocking. There was, like, a clink sound. But then I got hit because he was apparently also in the process of attacking. So that's quite frustrating when that happens. But mostly I'm kind of annoyed because the fights just drag on. It's hard to... So, yeah, okay. I was trying to, like, confirm if I can swap places, but I want to believe that it's possible, but it really doesn't seem like it. But it does seem like maybe that's why, because you can't swap places, they instead get, like, overly aggressive and start attacking. No, I'm dead. And start attacking. Super Nintendo manual calls them the politician. Yeah, I'm sure that's like an awkward translation of the Japanese. What the heck? That was a fascinating interaction. So I accidentally did a vertical jump, which does move you forward. So if you do a vertical jump at the edge like that, yeah, you should drop into the pit. But I still held the button, just out of instinct. And it's somehow, like, I started holding the button, but once I realized that that was a stupid, pointless thing to do, I let go. But it turns out it wasn't actually stupid and pointless, because it somehow let me grab the ledge on the other side of that pit. Right, what I'm gonna try... Oh my god, that drives me fucking nuts. Even just attacking through my attacks. It's like when I'm point blank, stuff just like... stop working correctly. I had a candle just burn out. I was like, where'd the smoke come from? I'm like, oh, right. Yeah, because I think the idea is the quote-unquote politician, I think they're supposed to be like the... some kind of high guard or like some kind of bureaucratic top position or something, which I could see how something like that could get translated to politician. Turns out, by the way, I guess this guy is a boss. He's giving us a lot of trouble. Although, having said that, this was a surprisingly smooth run up to this point, because when I played this before, it wasn't atypical to have this kind of struggles against every opponent. Maybe I should just... Okay, we won. Greetings, White Buffalo. Not die here. He kind of looks cool. I like it. So we should be in the clear regardless, but because it's fun, do it that way. Oh, cool. You don't automatically let go. I was able to hold on for a little bit. Back to the dungeon. I have an eerie dark gray green color on the fizz on the gravity bottle. So for this version, health does kind of matter more than others because of the combat difficulty. So we should definitely aim to get the health extension in this version, which shouldn't be too troublesome. Okay. I timed that kind of just on vibes, and it worked out. A very funny difference in the Sam Coupe version that, like, it doesn't make the game any better, but it did make that version, you know, marginally less painful to get through, is that guards don't care if there are loose tiles on the floor. Meaning, if a guard sees you, they will enter combat mode and start pursuing you, even if there's a loose tile on the floor between you and them. Meaning, they will step on the loose tile, they will fall through it, and they will die. What the fuck? I pressed up. Okay, that was weird. Whoa, I forgot. Let's hold the button. Okay. I don't know why I fell down before. Alright, 30 minutes should be enough. Even on the politician, as you may have noticed, there's a loose tile at the beginning of that room. So I was able to stop right before that and just have him walk towards that loose tile and just fall down into the pit, and that's how we won that fight in that version, which was convenient because the fighting was like fucked up in that version too. Cabinet Minister. Yeah, I remember it being something like that. Which I'm sure is a fleshing out that probably happened for the PC98 version that they like retained. Again, combat's a bit fucked, so I think we want to take... I actually don't remember if we fight anyone before getting the health extension, so that might not matter. But it's not that many seconds sacrificed. Oh yeah, the bunny hopping is definitely a bit weird in this one, or frog jumping, whatever, the crouch step. Okay, there we go. I was like mashing up there. Trying to do that jump in the Sam Coupe version was extremely fucking cursed. But luckily, this is a mostly good version. Like, the tile system... What the fuck? Okay, you're not supposed to be able to do that. Okay, this version, it's not entirely free of jank. You're not supposed to be able to do a running jump with 0 tiles of run-up. You're supposed to need 3 tiles. Of course, like, I haven't really experimented with trying to abuse weird things like that. Because I go into any of these versions dutifully assuming that it's going to play like Prince of Persia. Maybe that's a mistake on my part. That really caught me off guard. Oh fuck, I just realized this is a real gatekeeper. First Politician Super Nintendo version is the big epic set piece screen with the moon in the background. It is, and that is level 6. That is the level we just did. But it looks a bit different in that version. It's probably not level number 6 in that version, but it's the equivalent of level 6. Okay, so the reason why this is a bit fucked is that he can knock us off that ledge, and if he does, then we're screwed, because the guards don't chase you to different floors in this version. Don't stop, because there's loose tiles. And if he knocks you down there, and you try to climb back up, you'll just get killed. I wasn't sure if I was through there. In the original, he will drop down to your floor and continue to fight you. But because he doesn't do that in this version, like, it can fuck you over. And that's true of some of the other ports as well. Okay, green flash, little jingle. That's so fucking terrifying because it didn't look... I wasn't... Like, I didn't fall any slower, really. So this corridor leads back to where the health extension is, but I grabbed it previously, so I don't need to worry about it. Alright, time to get excited. This is where we first get to see what the mouse looks like. Level 8 is the hardest level in the game. It's probably the longest level. Maybe not geographically. Part of that, of course, is you go through the same screens on the lower level than the upper level. Lizard? Yeah, maybe. But hey, it's friendly. That's what matters. But it has like the biggest amounts of traps and challenges. And, oh my god, like, if I take a step... It's really difficult, if at all possible. What the fuck? Don't do that. Okay. So, I didn't sheath the sword manually there. That just happened. And that's supposed to happen. Oh, I could, okay. Because the guard was supposed to fall down. He didn't. And I couldn't, I tried to press the button to draw the sword again or something, but I couldn't. I mean, there isn't a command to do it because you just do it automatically. Like, stand still near a guard, and you will draw your sword. Like, you're not really supposed to sheath your sword when there's a guard there. So, that was like a highly mysterious interaction all around. And the guard's, like, alive. He will still try to attack me. Or he did last. I mean, see, he turned around after me. That's bizarre. Yeah, so I fucked up this jump because, again, like, I pressed the key too early because you can jump sooner than you're supposed to, I think. But yeah, part of why this is the longest level is that it's got a lot of traps and puzzles, and it's, like, challenging all the way to the end. But it also has quite a lot of fighting, which may be a bit of a problem here. You can get quite a bit of health back, but I'm a little worried about it. Not going to be easy. Sure, we fight at least one guard down here? There we go. I was going to say, I didn't hallucinate that, did I? So if I walk into basically point blank range, that seems like it will always trigger them attacking, which I can then sort of predict and parry. But they might still parry my counterattack. Normally I should be able to... Let's try that. That's good. Never mind. I was going to say I should be able to jump to the right there. I thought maybe it would somehow bounce me off the wall and land me on the spikes. But what it actually seemed to have done was bounce me back and land me on the platform I jumped from. That was pretty bizarre. So I'm stepping... Okay, that's broken. He's not supposed to turn around because he's not supposed to hear my footsteps when I do this. Well, I guess that doesn't matter then. He's pretty close to the edge of that screen. I'm a little anxious about that. So the next screen might be a little RNG. We might have to rely on him not instantly trying to kill us. We can get some health here at least. Now I'm like feeling really weird about trying to push guards off ledges, because that now seems kind of unreliable. Good, the timing there is correct. What the? That was pretty bizarre. I don't know why I didn't make that jump. The slowdown, because of the traps here, make the timing a little awkward. Because it's like a little inconsistent, but at least... Jump over that. But at least being slightly slower... Fuck! I held up forward. Anyway, the gap is too wide now. No, you should still be able to make that with a running jump. I'm holding right. Why am I getting stuck? Why is there a wall here? Can I jump through this? Nope. Okay. You're basically sort of supposed to be half soft lock if you fall down there anyway. Well, I wasn't trying to jump over it. That was an extremely unfortunate death, not only because we lost quite a bit of time, but I died from a very strange input thing that wasn't supposed to happen. I was holding the up and forward keys, and he just did a vertical jump. I have no idea what caused that phantom wall to appear on the bottom floor. Oh my god. Again. He's not, like, basically... Yeah, okay. That's like tech I should memorize. It kind of breaks the game, because you can now do long jumps that you're not supposed to be able to do. This is so funny. Like, guards just deactivate. But normally, you're supposed to be able to, like, start running and then hold up to jump. Being safe in the knowledge that the jump won't come out until you have covered the minimum distance, which is supposed to be longer than that. Which means that I'll be used to, like, start running. Like, I'll measure out the distance on the floor, knowing I'm in the right position, start running, and hold up as soon as I start running to get the jump to come out. But in this version, that will allow me to jump on, like, a tile early, or even more. Whiff. So if we're at this kind of weird stalemate distance, I can take a step forward to trigger an attack from them, which I can then block. But if they happen to attack during that step, as opposed to as a response to me having taken that step, so their attack comes out a little early, then I cannot cancel that forward step with a block. I can avoid that by never taking that forward step, but the alternative is to sort of just stand there and wait, which I'm also, like, not super keen on. Version is disintegrating. I assure you, things are going to get far, far, far worse than this. So this is game number 4 on the list, but we have already played game number 5, because we played another dump of this on a different emulator that had some problems last stream. So we already know that the Sam Coupe version is a little bit of a mess and way more broken than this. And even that version is far from the most broken version I'm familiar with. Greetings, Sort Vante. Yeah, I'm not sure what was going on there with the ghost tile, but hopefully will no longer be an issue. See, I didn't make the jump this time either. Like, you're supposed to be able to clear that gap. Highly mysterious for sure. So reacting to their attack and blocking can get a little weird, but it is, like, the game running slower because of all the animation does make it easier to react. So here, I guess I can actually... Yeah, you're not supposed to be able to do that. Like, you can do a running jump there, because if you inch all the way up to the other gate, like, that's enough distance. But doing it the way I just did it is not supposed to be legal. Okay, this is scary now, because I'm not entirely familiar with the inner workings of these traps. This right here is the scariest thing in the game. because you can... Because that's right on the edge of the screen. It's like a little unclear. When you take a sneaky step like that... Whoa! I didn't even have to wait for the mouse. He was there real quick. What the fuck? Okay. I did a little sneak step. Good. If there still is an invisible wall there, it's at least one way, and I was able to go left. Alright, not the cleanest level 8, but could be a lot worse. I wonder if Mechner played these other versions to see what was going on. I assume he had essentially zero involvement. He's credited as the director of the DOS and Amiga versions, but I don't think he was involved in any of the other versions. Like, I guess he was, you know... It makes sense that he would start working on those ports. Or, I mean... He didn't necessarily do the development work as such, but I mean, it's like... Okay, the running jump just got aborted there for no real reason. And because the door wasn't fully open yet, there's definitely some weird, like, collision... There we go. Like, he would eventually just sort of fuck off and just chill in France and sort of vaguely oversee the development of Prince of Persia 2, which he has some sort of producer credit on, I guess. He might have a director credit, I guess, I don't know, but, you know, he didn't design the levels, he didn't program it. But if Prince of Persia wasn't a hit initially, he, I guess, you know, wouldn't have been receiving royalties to the point. I mean, I guess maybe it did well enough for him to peace out for a little while. I don't know. But I'm guessing by, like, 91, you know, he would have been working on the DOS and Amiga versions in 89, 90. And then after that, I guess, like, he was in fuck off mode and or working on Prince of Persia 2. Is my best sort of speculative assessment of how that timeline might look. But I mean, as a general rule... It's messed up. There we go. There's a switch there that I can't step on because it would close the door. Hence the jump there. As a general rule, for like PC game development, if someone wrote a game, or even for like the Atari 2600 or whatever, like game development in general, when you had these like solo devs and luckily I wasn't right on the edge. You know, late 70s through, I guess, late 80s. Especially if they made a game for a publisher or like working for a company, the individual designer or programmer wouldn't really necessarily have a say or be very involved at all in the porting process. So there's no real reason to assume, like, if anything, it's like a blessing, I guess, that he was at least involved enough in making sure that the DOS and Amiga versions were good. Because, as you will come to find out, many of the other ones kind of aren't. Greetings to Reichwood. There we go. I don't need to grab any of those healths because there is health coming up here. That's the upside down potion. We don't want to grab that. Is this version better than the Sam Coupé version? It definitely is. It's pretty much the second jankiest version. But that's out of 5. 3 of which had Mechner's direct involvement. So out of the versions that are like inaccurate, it's by far the best of those 2. But I think it will, like, as far as like on the binary review scale, 10 minutes. All right, we're cutting it close here. In fact, we might not make it. That's not least down to the fights taking a lot of time here. Like, this may turn out to be the best of the bad versions. I think there's a case to be made for it being the worst of the good versions, perhaps. It's sufficiently good and faithful in most ways, but the ways in which it does differ mechanically, and that mostly comes down to the combat, definitely makes it a more frustrating experience. I don't know, you know, I don't know exactly what the sort of full spectrum of that is going to end up looking like. I am almost positive that we will not make it, by the way. Because we have, again, speed strats that you can use to sort of, like, this guy being quite pushy means you could just push past him, just swap places and run. But again, that's not, you know, you can't do that in this version. So oh, what the fuck? Walls are pretty mysterious in this. We're bumping into walls in midair, puts you in very strange spots. Like a tile further away than you should be. I was about to say, when the 10 minutes sign appeared, that I hit him there, okay. That we could clear this, like 10 minutes may be enough if we do it deathless. But frankly, because of the extra time for the fights, screw that up. It's probably not enough time. But it's certainly, like, because this is level 10. 11 is pretty short. I mean, this isn't long either, but continues to give us trouble. I don't know exactly if the game, like, if you can game over when you're, like, in the middle of fighting Jafar. I know that some versions... Fuck! Why is this so awkward? There we go. Is this gonna work properly? Okay, it is. Good. I want to say that the Super Nintendo version stops the timer for like the last level or two, technically. Can we? I can just... Yeah, screw that guy. Need that. And I need to step on this. I've screwed that up previously by skipping it. And then I wasn't able to get through that door. This guy. Like, so tedious. Seems like if I'm standing in this, like, weird, like, overlapping position, the counterattacks generally work. That's where I do this. Nope. Okay, I think I just got too close to the wall, and that's why it didn't. Yeah. Last Express is a game that always seemed fascinating, I guess. Never knew that much about it, but obviously it's got a pretty striking visual presentation. I think in my mind, I always like sort of associated it with Cruise for a Corpse. Maybe because of like the sort of time period and being set on a like commercial travel. But I think that game also maybe have some time mechanics or something. Because that's the whole thing about Last Express, right? It's got some like real-time clock shenanigans. Okay, 5 minutes. Can we reach level 12? If we do 11 Deathless, maybe. Obviously, we don't have time to go grab the extra health here at the beginning. I have to fight, like, at least one guy. Can I please... There we go. Like, there's some weird variable timing to the parry. Yeah, I think that's what's happening. Yeah, okay, I'm understanding it now. Like, normally, in, like, real versions of this game, if you do... When you parry, like, it's an interaction between both characters. And... Alright, I think you want to not stop here. Right, because that door might start closing. Like, if I parry early, I recover from my parry frames in time to counterattack him before he's idle. Which is not how it's supposed to work, but how it works in this version. Hey, he actually fell down. You can actually see the pit here, which I'm not sure if it's true in the other versions. Oh, that tile was just getting ready, I guess. And there's him hovering in the air. I guess whoever said this version is like disintegrating as we go, they weren't entirely wrong. Oh, I'm almost dead. Fuck. Okay. I think that's the end of the run, basically. Because... I mean, I think we were doomed to not finish anyway. But any hope... Well, that's... We might have had a shot. Because I think we could probably have completed level 12 in like 3 minutes. Like the first half of it. And once you get to the checkpoint and to Jafar, like, there's a possibility that timer might stop. At least I know that if I ever were to play this again, I sort of kind of know how to fight guards. That's not how you do this. But we've already played this essentially twice, so... How it goes. Apologies if I'm not paying much attention to chat. I'm being a little stressed out here, wanting to do well. I mean, again, the run's over, but... Dude, fine. Like, I don't know what happened. Like, you bounce off the wall and just, like, fall down. Very mysterious interactions. But I will say that this game at least is pretty consistent in terms of speed. It has slowdown, but it's not as variable as some other versions. Or as weird about it. Like, the slowdown in... and everything feels like it kind of makes sense. Or at least it doesn't feel as bad as some other versions do. Okay, I don't think we're gonna make it, guys. Alright, we were able to open the exit door on stage 11. Game over. We got to see a lot of very interesting, peculiar interactions. The hourglass has run out. Francis is gone. So this is the ending from the original. But hey, you know, you look at the time. That's pretty close to an hour, which actually is probably a bit fucked. So, I mean, given loading times and cutscenes, this must have run very close to real time, right? We finished... There was some other version where we got to the end in like an hour 17 or something, and I think that was when we actually finished the game, like the Amiga version or something. And this clearly doesn't run like at full speed, even when it's running at as fast as it does. It doesn't feel as fast as it should. And then it has slowdown on top of that. But we still only had an hour real time, more or less, right? I mean, I guess maybe 6 minutes didn't account for all the cutscenes and everything. But it might have. If it includes time, like if the timer doesn't count when you're dead, for example. Either way, I think in real time we should have had more than an hour 6 minutes to do this, given all the slowdown. So the timer is probably pretty strict in this version. It felt, for example, like the timer was stricter in the Apple II version than the DOS version. Just comparing my performance, how much time I had left finishing the game versus like how many deaths I took and that kind of thing. And that might be the case here, because honestly, we didn't really... I think if I took... Okay, if I took this amount of deaths in these places, in like the DOS version, I might still finish the game, but in the DOS version, I would have done the combat faster, for sure. The combat was like a big time sink in this version. We were stuck on the minister, whatever he was, the politician. We were stuck on him longer than usual, but yeah, hard to say. But yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with this. We didn't get to see the ending or the Jafar fight, but hey, so be it. And at this rate, I've been live 2 hours. Like, I'm excited to keep going. I don't really want to spend more time on this. Like I said, I have another version where we could load up like level 12 or whatever with the trainer. But I think we'll just move on. This was never intended to be... Right, let me close this. A thorough... Weird capture still there, but there we go. Like, investigation of every single detail. It's more about how does this port run? How does it behave? And we got a lot of interesting examples of quirks and imperfections and peculiarities of this version, and I'm happy enough with that. I'm going to take a break in a little moment, but before I do, we of course need to update the game list here. So now that we've actually played this a proper run, we can update the status to failure. We were not able to complete the CPC version. We were pretty close, but as I suspected, like, I know this game well enough that failing to complete the game isn't gonna come down to me playing poorly that much. To a degree, sure, but it's more about playing a version that doesn't behave the way I expect, or that is just really jank. So in this case, you know, the timer was seemingly a little bit more strict, combat real messed up. I had some weird deaths and soft locks that were just highly mysterious in nature, and those were, you know, those were things somewhat out of my control. And I know for a fact that there's other broken versions that are going to be impossible to finish just because they're so difficult to play. So in my view, clearing versus failing to clear the game is kind of an indication of the game's, not the game's quality necessarily, but inability to clear the game is an indication that it is not behaving in an authentic manner. The Master System version better look exactly like this one. It looks quite different. It is not a good version. But I don't know how it compares in the grand scheme of things. Like, obviously I expect all of the post, you know, all the fan-made and later versions to be, well, maybe that's not, all the fan-made ports I expect to be good. The 99 Game Boy Color version, I have no idea what to expect. But the later versions should all be, like, pretty decent. But it's these, like, weird computer and console versions that can be a bit all over the place. The Spectrum version is not an official commercial release. It is, in fact, a relatively early, of its kind, I guess, like, fan-made thing. I mean, obviously, people made Spectrum games at home, like, always, but in terms of being, like, a fan-made thing that was distributed on the internet, the way we know it, like, today, 1996 feels like an impossibly early example of that kind of thing. But it's all about a frame of reference, I suppose. Anyway, applying our highly scientific review scale for this game here, I think this is, like, pretty decent. It's not... I still kind of like this version. Like I said, I think it's, you know, depending on which end of the divide it ends up on, it's like either a relatively bad good version, or it's a very good bad version. It's going to get way worse than this. In fact, it already has, because the Sam Coupe version is easily worse than the CPC version. So it is kind of, you know, somewhere in the middle. Like, it's not exactly good, it's not exactly bad. I'm not really not really sure where it ends up, and I think the thinking face sums it up. I'm here stroking my beard, wondering how to feel about this game, and I think that's where we are. I don't know how to feel about this. It's a mysterious version. It has some very funny, weird quirks. It's not exactly great, but it maintains enough playability to not, like, I'm far more inclined to put this as a relatively bad good port than to say that it's a relatively good bad port. That might change as we get through more of these, but it's serviceable, it's playable. Most of the weirdnesses and quirks you can adapt to, and I don't feel that way about most of the other versions I have played that are not faithful mechanically. Have been such in a way where I've not felt like it's something I could reasonably adapt to. It's just like, nah, shit's fucked. And that's not really true. Like Sam Coupe, where I don't even want to start. There's so many problems with that version. But let's not think more about that. I will take a break. When I return, we're going to play the Atari ST version, which I'm very excited about. Hopefully that will all function properly. But we shall see. Let's reset the timer. Why not? And yeah, I'll be back shortly. All right, I'm back. I think there might have been a bit of a glitch there, Broccoli Donut, of your... I'm not sure if that... I wasn't here, of course, but it looks like it didn't trigger the way it should. But that's how it goes sometimes, I guess. I don't know if I fucked something up, but anyway, I'm here. And we are ready to continue. Lack of dangerous. Agree to disagree, maybe. I don't know. All right, so as you can see on the list, next up is Atari ST. So allow me to... Actually, let's get rid of these jams. And allow me to attempt to get this up and running. So I think we... Oh yeah, let me update the game info first, actually. Bring up my spreadsheet here. So we are now hopping over to game number 6, which is the Atari ST version, not developed by Microids, but interestingly enough, like the Microids version, which was like fully outsourced, I guess, had some quirks, but it was still more faithful than the Broderbund developed Sim Coupe version. And this one was apparently developed by Broderbund France. It's not that weird that it's a French developed thing, because the ST, I guess France was the primary market. A version of Intrigue, yeah. Yeah, Marco 45's been building up hype and excitement for this for I don't know how long. Maybe not quite as long as I built up the hype and excitement for him to play Batman and Robin on the PS1, but perhaps comparable. Certainly since the inception of this project. But yeah, like I said, this caught my eye when I first caught a glimpse of it in a video, because it has a complete different set of graphics. But I'm also extremely unfamiliar really with the Atari ST at large. Like I have very little experience with it, so I know real like I tend to think of an Atari ST as like a weaker Amiga with less colors, because it's like the ST got all these like hand-me-down Amiga ports that aren't as good. And there are like some Amiga games that are kind of designed for the lowest common denominator of the ST color palette and whatever. That's the impression I have anyway. But this, at the very least, has its own graphics. And given that it's an Apple II game originally, there's no reason to think that the Atari ST would not be equipped to do a good version of Prince of Persia from a technical standpoint. And just knowing that the graphics are all unique has me excited. Again, this is the last, I guess, I should say, of the versions with this box art. Versions of it will return, but I will be updating this graphic as we play versions that shipped in other boxes. All of these versions just had basically the same box, so that's why we've kept seeing it, which, I mean, it's a lovely box, but we're going to get some variety soon enough. Yeah, my impression is that there's a lot of shitty ST ports of Amiga games, but there's also quite a few shitty Amiga ports of ST games. So it cuts both ways, and it's not necessarily a indictment of the ST as a platform, but that's the lens through which my very limited experience is. Of course, this is not... I mean, the Amiga version of Prince of Persia is like a port from the DOS version, essentially. Whereas this feels like it's more of its own port from the Apple II version, which is interesting. So let's see here. Let's see if I can get the capture. I think just right. Okay. Trying to remember how I configured this. So if I now load the configuration. Do this. There we go. So I'm playing this due to the way things are set up. It ended up most convenient or least troublesome. Okay, let me reset because I didn't read that. to play this in a small-ish window, so I have to like lean in and look at it pretty carefully, but it should not affect your viewing experience. So this version, I guess, has been cracked because it talked about during the first one. Yeah, so that's the copy protection level where you enter a level that has a bunch of potions with letters on them, and you're supposed to drink one that corresponds to a certain thing on a certain page of the manual. But since it's been cracked, you just drink the first one and move on, and that should work. I can see in the emulator interface that there is stuff happening. It is loading, but it should, I think it's configured to do like fast loading. So it shouldn't, like the initial load, a bit slow there, but I think it should be mostly smooth. This looks very similar to the DOS version. Kind of an interesting sound. Like super compressed samples. Yeah, I did whatever. Oh, that's a neat little pattern. In the Sultan's absence, the Grand Vizier Jafar rules with the Iron Fist of Tyranny, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, we've seen this a few times. Okay, so the pattern texture there is cool. It does kind of impact readability. Always stick to Steam. So I'm using Atari, and it does seem to work. But with all these computers, I found a solution that I could make work, and then it's like, oh, okay, good enough. Oh, this looks so cool. The black background, I think, is still a little strange. But I like the way this looks, because I think, unlike the DOS version, I think this one maintains, to some degree, the kind of abstract nature, I guess, of the visuals of the Apple II. Like, I guess the DOS version would have been around for them to reference. Well, maybe not, actually. They might have come out around the same time. But, like, my complaint about the graphics in the DOS version is that they took something that had a degree of abstraction. Like, they had to make artistic choices in how to interpret what was shown on screen in the Apple II version, and what they decided on mostly is fine, but what was abstracted to the point where there was room for visual interpretation by the player, there's our credits, you know, that room for interpretation was sort of eliminated by making it more explicit what things were, you know, including the colors. Whereas I think the fact that he could slide through the door there is a promising sign. That's a funny sound effect. Oh, it's pretty sick. Holy shit! Fucking death screams. All right, this version might be awesome. Yeah, so like I think just at first glance, the graphics are like more. They maintain more of the like the mysterious, ethereal, abstract, unknowable quality of the Apple II version. Okay. Okay. Apparently I didn't save this configuration. Do this. Like the tile set, I think everything here arguably looks better than the DOS version. Like the DOS version looks fine, but it has such an incredibly plain and mundane quality to it. Now I'm like, fuck, this looks okay. Let me pause the timer. This looks so good that I'm like, already now I'm thinking, man, I don't want to play this in a tiny window. So let me do this. Can I? There we go. Do that. Because I can set it to full screen. I just need to like redo my. Actually, if I do this. kind of messed up. Okay, let's do this. Let's full screen it. And then I'll just have to... Guess I can't... Oh my god. Oh, fuck it. Okay, we'll do this. I can't like... Wait. Shit, I need to change one thing. As soon as I, like... I need to alt-tab out of the emulator to... get back mouse control. But as soon as I do, it, like... it disappears off screen. You can do that. Okay, it's got... Hang on. Why does it, like... It's this weird, like, 16:10 ratio. Which doesn't seem like it's... The pixels aren't... Well, actually, no, actually, the pixels are square, I guess. Okay, so the annoying thing here is, like, I can... Actually, let me do this. Let me just disable the 4:3 forced thing. You'll see it a little... Is this... I feel like it should... I don't know. I guess it doesn't look like it's... It looks mostly fine. It's probably a little squashed compared to what the DOS version looked like. But the art itself doesn't really look like it's... I guess it's debatable whether it's like what the intention is. The speed is like pretty inconsistent, and the speed is definitely one thing where I wasn't sure, because like the configuration here is also like pretty mysterious. Like I don't know what hardware configuration I should be emulating. But it looks like it's mostly set to, like, it's not like I'm emulating some mega ultra powered thing, and I don't have it on screen, but when I had like the emulator config thing, it did it didn't look like it was, you know, running at like 100 FPS or anything like that. Let me... this is extremely annoying because I can't like configure the crop because I can't see the screen. I could go back to the way I did it, but I kind of don't want to play it in a tiny window. Well, we'll restart everything. Let me just try to figure out... Let me disable that for a moment. Give me a moment here to see if I can... Go back to windowed mode. We'll just like rescale. However... Use the borders. Doesn't really help any. I know you can't see what I'm doing, but I can't really... I don't want to have it capturing while I'm fucking around with it too much. I guess I can do... This is like awkward. Let me... Okay. I reset it. I just want to see if I can go back to the attract mode. And it's in windowed mode now. So if the attract mode is visible, I should be able to see what it looks like, so I can set up our crop. I'm waiting for it to load now. Yeah, the the European like Sega box arts have the absolute maximum Luke Skywalker quotient for the prince. But I agree. I appreciate that he's not blonde in the ST version. Okay, let me set up a new crop. Wait, why do I... Hang on. What the... There we go. How does it do... Okay, it's a little bit mysterious, but... There we go. So I think... Yeah, okay, I think we're good. Let me restart the timer. And let's try again. Yeah, so timing and the like the computer emulation speed or whatever, mysterious, but I don't really have the means to check for whether it's correct or not. But this actually, you know what? This is what I remember the... Maybe not exactly like this, but the huge variability in speed reminds me of the Apple II version. Because that's the thing I remember from playing that one, and comparing like the Amiga version. The Amiga version ran slower than the DOS version in general. And of course has some slowdown, as does the DOS version. Even playing on DOSBox. But like the biggest thing about the Apple II version... Sound effect. Look at that skeleton, the gigantic skull. The art in this is like fucking sick. I definitely like these graphics more than the DOS version. But like what made the Apple II version feel a little alien being used to like the DOS version and maybe Super Nintendo or other versions isn't that it had slowdown or that it had a lot of it. It's that when there was no slowdown, it was running faster than what felt familiar. So the range of speeds at which the game could run just felt a little higher than it should. Yeah, there's this very peculiar, like, sort of rim lighting effect on the character sprite. But yeah, even the interpretation of the outfit with the belt and the little pant cups, like, it somehow looks way less like that pajama of the DOS version. And look at, like, the guards. Like, there's actually shading on all the character sprites. Fucking voices are so sick. Yeah, they're caught at the tournaments. Yeah, it's a very interesting look. Like, okay. Ooh, I can't. Oh, this is interesting. This is like the Apple II version. I couldn't move while the jingle was playing. That's interesting. Like, this version might have some. It like technically might be more accurate to the Apple II version than the DOS version. Look at all the animation on the torches. There's like way more frames of animation on it than in the DOS version. And yeah, it's an interesting comparison to Card Tournament because that definitely has a similar sort of... There's a lot of very garish colors in that game that like don't necessarily feel like they make complete sense. Yeah, so this is the copper protection level. These potions are supposed to have like letters or numbers above them, and when the level starts, it's supposed to tell you like which manual page to look up and which word or whatever. You know, it's kind of the typical 7th word of page 22, 3rd letter, and you drink the corresponding potion, and the door opens. Yeah, it's so fascinating that there's like actual shading. I can't believe how much more excitement is added to the combat by having these grunts and groans and screams. Okay, running jumps on like some of these screens may prove a little bit of a challenge, but overall controls so far, like it feels more mechanically authentic. Oh. Okay, I try to parry. It feels more authentic than the CPC version. And you can see these like early guards aren't as absurdly block hungry. They don't like immediately block everything. So again, as far as timing jumps and stuff, like the variable speed, yeah, it becomes a little bit of a factor. But mostly when you do running jumps, you don't really time the jump based on timing. You time it based on positioning and how many tiles away you are. This too, by the way, you can see that the actual tiles are visible. Which they are in the DOS version, but they are not in some of the other versions. Maybe I should grab that health. I think there is a health up above here too, which I just skipped. But combat generally is like, it feels so easy now because it was kind of jacked in CPC version. Oh, it's so weird. Like, it's authentic. It's just like the Apple II version, but being used to like most other versions. So you might remember this guy, by the way, who I was ranting about giving us so much trouble. But here it's like not a big deal. You get so used to the music playing while, you know, or rather being able to move while the jingle is playing, that going back to a big pot, going back to the way it was in the Apple version feels strange. I'm definitely curious if, and I had the same quandary with the Apple version, is whether the clock is running. Timing those kinds of jumps gets a little spooky. Nothing we can't get used to. Yeah. I definitely would, like, if I have one complaint about this, okay, so I'm waiting for the jingle to play here, because otherwise I might fuck up the timing. I think the max speed could benefit from being throttled a little bit more. So the range of game speed is a little bit narrowed down. But I have to assume that that might be a sign that it's actually more accurate to the Apple version than the DOS port. Because it feels, you know, maybe the exact speeds aren't the same, but the DOS version definitely felt like it had a speed cap that was like kind of different from the Apple version. But yeah, I mean, this is so much more faithful. Whoa! Yep, that can happen. So this is, by the way, I didn't really ever show this off or talk about this much, but I've gone on at length previously about how the level design in this game is genius, and it's not as tricky or difficult or trolly as people might think. For instance, the game doesn't really have blind jumps, and you might think that it's a blind jump that I'm doing here on the next screen. And I mean, in a literal sense, yes, it's a blind jump. I can't see where I'm landing, but it's an educated guess, because if you go to the bottom right first, if you're too afraid to try doing a blind jump here, you can see the bottoms of all of these platforms on that screen. Interesting. And deduce that there's probably a, you know, you can guess that there's a platform there that you can jump to at the top based on what it looks like on the bottom. So the game, you know, rewards being observant. Okay. Does this port have the checkpoint in level 3? It does. So we didn't really lose much time. There is a health extension you can get, but there we go. I mistimed the jump. I'm excited to see what the skeleton looks like. In the DOS version, the skeleton has like no shading. But surprisingly, in the Sam Coupe version, which otherwise kind of mostly reused the DOS graphics with some truncations and changes, they actually like added shading to the skeleton sprites. But obviously nothing is like flat in this version. I just realized, like, fuck, that's like running through these things as I'm used to doing also relies on like recognizing the timing of the pattern, which gets really difficult when the timing is inconsistent. So I kind of screwed that up. Oh, sick. We were able to skip the jingle. That was a time save. Yeah, these are going to be a little bit tricky to deal with in this version. Oh, look at how good the skeleton looks. That sprite is like... Dude, look at that skeleton all cheeked up. So good. You can actually parry after taking a step forward in this version. Combat feels so good after the fucking CPC version. Which still wasn't even a bad port, all things considered. Okay, yeah, skeleton didn't just evaporate. I can't believe how sick that skeleton looks. Oh, the satisfying pre-sheathing of the sword. Okay. Greetings, Zetsubera. Yeah, the graphics and like... I knew that this had interesting graphics, but I deliberately never took too close of a look at it because I knew I wanted to play it properly at some point. We have now arrived at that point, and I'm like kind of blown away by how good this looks. It would be interesting to see if you could, like, whether via emulation or modifying the game itself. This is a cool look. Make this version run at a more consistent speed. Because that's really the only thing about this. Because the same thing, like, the Apple II original is awesome, but I would... Like, even though I kind of prefer the look of it over the DOS version, I would still for the most part, just go with the DOS version, just because it's like smoother and easier to play. And we kind of, it's a similar thing here, where I definitely like the way this looks over the DOS version. But it is a little more awkward because of the variable speed and everything. But the graphics are so cool that I definitely like it more than the DOS version, just on a kind of emotional level. Yeah, the Sam Coupe version should be avoided, but again, it may be at the bottom currently, but I assure you that will change. Like, you just react, like, you can just do this properly. It's like, it's such a relief. Like, I was overcommitting there. Counter hit, okay. We still have to fight one. I'm gonna grab this. I suspect that once I drink this potion, the speed might be getting faster. We'll see. Well, there's a dead body and 2 torches. Maybe that's enough to throttle the speed. Okay, we're good. Yeah, well, see, there's things like that where it kind of, like, unpredictably... Like, I guess the animation on the main character himself, like, also has an impact on the game speed. So, like, if you stand still and then start doing something, it's like you get this sudden speed boost. And that doesn't happen in the DOS version, so it's got some, like, weirdnesses like that. Oh man, I'm so excited to see what the shadow looks like. But in terms of the mechanics and the controls and how the game functions, it's... See, I try to turn around there. You just hold control when turning around. I mistimed that. If anything, this feels more accurate to the Apple II version than the DOS version does. Now, that manifests primarily in the more variable game speed, which isn't necessarily a good thing. But I've yet to experience anything in this version that feels like a mistake or a bug or a problem relative to the Apple II version. I mean, the DOS version is essentially perfect as well, to be clear. You know, I would expect there to be some differences somewhere, but in terms of, like, playing the game, like, if you're familiar with the DOS version and you go play the Apple II version, you'll kind of go, oh, okay, yeah, it's just, you know, speed is a little funky, but otherwise it's, like, the same. And that's true for this as well. How much of a nuisance or a problem the game speed is for you is obviously going to be pretty subjective. I like, by the way, in this version that the windows here had, like, bright sunlight outside. But when you touch, hello Dino. See if we can avoid screwing up too much here. It's really interesting to me that it seems to have a lot of the sound effects like being the same as the DOS version, but then it has all these other sounds that are totally new. Oh, that's like the thing that trips me up the most, I think, like trying to turn around and accidentally running away. 45 minutes. I might be quite strict. This is level 4, and we're 4. Yeah, okay, time's gonna be an issue. We cannot afford to fuck around. I mean, taking a death at the end of stage 4 is already pretty unusual and bad, but I can't. Can't afford to. I started running almost, but then we have the jingle. Oh yeah, I guess that's a difference as well. The DOS version. I can't move. And that doesn't happen in the DOS version. Ah, okay. Oh, he's got fucking green Jordans. His feet look different. But otherwise, very unexciting appearance of the Shadow Prince. Greetings, MTI. This is a very cool version. It's strange because the speed doesn't always feel like it's... Oh, look at that little detail on the right. Like a unique little decorative thing on the wall. The speed doesn't always feel like it's relative to the amount of stuff happening on screen. Feels like a little arbitrary. Alright, Bardic, thanks for tuning in. Have a good one. Alright. Going to the right there, it's just a waste of time. See? You're supposed to land there. In the CPC version, you, like, grab the ledge. So, even though the mechanics and the platforming are mostly accurate in that version, it still has some slight discrepancies. Whereas this one does not, seemingly. I haven't come across any anyway. Which makes me assume that the guards probably follow you down platforms in this one. Which they're supposed to. Okay, there we go. I gotta be a little careful there, because I gotta fight one more dude, I think. Hopefully, we can recoup some time in level 6. Oh, okay. Okay. I didn't want to take any risks there. Just counterattacking. I think... Oh, I always get some of these levels mixed up. Is there a health extension coming up? I think there might be. But even a weird slight misstep could actually kill me here, so I'm going to take that for safety. Even though it's probably not a good use of my time. Okay, that was a good use of my time, because I forgot we got to fight this guy. Okay, the switch is kind of making everything freak out a little bit. Okay, screen transitions make things... I pressed up! Fuck, okay, that's bad, because if I was going to take that death, the later I take it, the more time we waste. Oh, that's really bad. That was basically the end of the level, too. The thing is, I could have been more aggressive in trying to swap places with some of those guards. which is like something I kind of forget that you can do, because you can't do that in the version we just played. Fuck. Now the combat is something that I struggled a bit with it in the Apple version too. Like with the timing. Like the input buffer is still generous and good, and you can like hold the inputs, but you have to be a little, not necessarily preemptive, but like reacting with the parry timing is a little it's a little tricky, and especially with the variable speed. It's interesting when you're standing behind a pillar like that, so only a tiny bit of the sprite like extends past it, so you only see the part of him that's like brightly lit in blue or yellow. The remake's gonna be exciting. I mean, I've played the Xbox Live version a lot, and I don't like it that much. It's fine, but I think all the shit they added, the movement, like, it's stuff that didn't need to be there. It doesn't really improve the game, and in fact, in some cases, it actually makes it, for the most part, it's additive. But there's like some instances of abilities that kind of, if you try to play it the way you would play the original, it can, in some very specific cases, kind of screw you over a little bit. But I'm less familiar with the Java phone version, so that will be interesting for sure. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, the Xbox Live version is fine. Again, in the good or bad binary scale, it's certainly not on the bad side. There just isn't really anything they did in that version that I like better than, you know, the Apple or DOS version. Oh, that's right. Oh, I can... I can make it. See, that was the last guy, so that was like a few minutes wasted. Yeah, I mean, I think most people who would play either version, and again, I can't speak for the J2ME version, but most people who would play the Xbox Live version would not have the same complaints as I do. But I mean, it's all about transforming this game into something that looks more like other Prince of Persia games that I like much less than this one. So, you know, it's kind of me being a stick in the mud. It's novel that it exists. I think it's, like, neat. But I don't, you know, like it. But not forget, we have the platforming bit here. There's the High Commander. No sound, no jingle. Okay, so I can't do this in this version because it's good. Oh my god, okay. I you know, what caught me off guard there isn't that he did the counterattack, but the timing for it, like rallying, I have not figured out. Okay. Right priority there, looking a bit funny. Game Boy Color version I also have never played. It has like nothing in common with the original Game Boy port. What I know is just like looking at screenshots, it's like kind of novel because it looks a lot like the DOS version, which is like neat. But I couldn't tell you anything about how it actually plays because I haven't played it. Yeah, the timing is mysterious. Fuck, it's so weird. Like, I'm attacking and then I'm holding up, and the parry still doesn't come out. Like, the actual input window for doing the parry after your attack is not where it feels like it should be. But, again, I think that was... Like, even in the DOS version, I didn't do all the fights flawlessly. I definitely struggled with finding that timing a little bit as well. But as I recall, in the Apple II version, it was kind of a similar story. I don't understand it. I'm attacking, and it's like I parry and then attack, and as soon as even before the attack is really coming out, I'm like holding up. Because I definitely recall that when I did get the hang of that in whatever other version I was struggling with it a little bit, it basically boiled down to I just had to be earlier than I thought. But now I'm like, man, am I somehow too early? Which I wouldn't have thought is a thing, given the way the inputs in this game work. But I don't know, maybe I'm better off trying to counter-hit this guy. It seems to be more effective. I guess so. I guess so, that worked. Love that little detail on the wall, the little ring. Oh. Yeah, look, he's got like green on his feet. Shouldn't waste time with this. But it's fun. Thanks for the follow. The guards are not more rotund in this version. That's like a specific boss who has a unique sprite. This is what the guards normally look like. The guards do look very good. I mean, everything looks good in this version, I guess. Oh, I get so panicked by not being able to move during the jingles. Fuck. That might be a problem. I forget how... No. What? Well... Actually, let me look at the screen here. Does that switch on the bottom open both doors? I guess it should. Now I'm really nervous because I feel like there's a risk that we might have to go through this entire level and die at the end. Or not die, but like be stuck. We'll see. Again, timer seems kind of strict. There isn't much fighting, so I will take the risk there of not grabbing that potion. Save a few frames there. Thanks here. Like this. 35 minutes. And I'm like so freaked out because of this. If I end up wasting this whole attempt of this level, that's pretty bad. But we'll see. So at least fighting this guy, again, this is really scary in some versions of the game. Because if he pushes me off that ledge, and he doesn't come after me, to keep fighting me down here, then I'm screwed. That's not what I pressed. Got 4 health at least. Not more than that. Yep, okay. See? This is a good port. And he's actually kind of easier to deal with down here, because you can, if you're lucky, do this. And I fucking love the new voices for the combat. It's so good. We haven't actually fallen down a pit to hear if the main character's blood-curdling yell is the same in this one. Oh, this is scary. Okay, it's fine. So there's a switch there in the center, which I guess shouldn't matter now, but you otherwise have to jump over it. This is what I thought would happen, but I was not quite sure. Okay, we're home free. Oh, that's cool! That's a whole new visual effect. That's sick. And we actually properly fall slowly, unlike the CPC version. So, in the Apple II version, it changes the color palette. So it's like the screen goes green instead of orange or something. But in most other versions, there's no effect on the screen so far. Like, there's a green flash or something when you drink the potion, but, you know, it doesn't change the look of the screen. But here it just, like, does this... Well, I was going to say it inverts the colors. That's not really true either. It's like an inverted black and white. That's sick. I mean, it's similar, I guess, that it applies this palette effect on the whole screen, like the Apple version, unlike the DOS version. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this port, for sure. Again, the variable speed is iffy, but given that, you know, that's present in the Apple II version, hard to be too critical of it. This guy's aggressive now. That works correctly now. I sheathed the sword because he's actually falling down. Okay, so level 8 is the hardest level. Can we do it first try? I doubt it, to be honest. Well, at least I didn't die here. Satisfying to do. Enemies don't weirdly hover in the air above the spikes. I always forget, like, I can never keep count of what's on which screen here, so I always stop at the beginning of every screen because I can't be sure. And I mean, that is losing time, but it's not losing that much time. It doesn't lose as much time as just, like, running into a spike trap for no good reason. There we go. We have to fight, like, 2 more guys. We'll stop to grab this. Oh yeah, this is where I I tried to jump off this ledge and I somehow landed on this same platform in the CPC version. So here, he will not turn around if we do this, which will give us a split second time to pull out our sword. Given the difficulty based on the timing here, I'm gonna actually opt to grab this as well. Okay, I still got hit, but just keep running. Yep, got it. Now we have to fight this guy. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that I took that step, but holy shit, that was lucky. That it was actually timed properly. As soon as I saw him start running, I freaked out. So I didn't, like, it was like some weird lingering input during slowdown or something. I did not mean to start running when I did. But it worked out. These traps are for sure more scary here. Ooh, that was a bit scary. You have to jump before that gate because there's a switch right before it. That closes the gate. Ooh, I did not think I would step through there. That's why this is so scary. Okay. I didn't have time to move screens, so we have to listen to the jingle, but... Okay, we're good. Okay, mouse friend. Oh yeah, I didn't even pay attention during the cutscene. I didn't even see the mouse. Oh, there he is. Oh, look at this. All this golden glory. Dude, I could actually almost die here. If I took damage. Okay, so there's spikes in the next screen. Be careful not to be overzealous. Was that a fucking first try level 8? Felt pretty good. So we're at like 30 something minutes. Well, did we see the 30-minute warning or not? I remember seeing 33 minutes when I like after a death. I feel like it would be more than 3 minutes to finish it, but I don't know how it counts time. 28, okay. But that's still almost half the time left for the last 4 stages. And none of them, I think, really are as long as level 8. Level 9 might be the longest of them, but I don't usually die in this level. I mean, there's a first for everything, of course, but... Well, it wouldn't be the first time I die in this level, I'm sure, but... let's not take for granted that we'll do it deathless, but... We're kind of past the worst of it. I think there's a... Okay. Sacrifice 5 seconds for this. Quite a guy on this screen. Being real aggressive here pays off. The fact that you can't move during those jingles definitely is a little... Fuck! I tapped the button to turn around and I didn't hold down the button. And I accidentally ran. Pretty sure you can just... Nope, you cannot. I was like, I'm pretty sure you can just run on this screen. No, okay. But at least dying on the second screen of the level doesn't cost us that much time. If you stop and then immediately start running, that's like perfect timing to do that. So I have the habit to hold a button when I turn around. Because it means that it does, like, even if it would register the input, even if it somehow would register the input to take that step after turning around, it would be like a sneak step that wouldn't push you over the edge. But even that I don't think would actually happen. Can't say exactly why that is, but my experience so far. Like, normally you wouldn't, like, you could just tap the opposite direction to turn around. You shouldn't necessarily have to hold the button. But it's sort of a strategy to counteract the unpredictability of the frame rate. Alright, I'm gonna be bold and skip that in the interest of time. I guess you gotta kind of weigh, and that's something I'm not great at, like memorizing the levels and what's coming up and everything, to like sort of make note of where you, like, which potions are important to grab and which aren't. Because in some levels, including this one, you're gonna be grabbing a health extension. No jingle. And that will always fill up your health full, right? So it doesn't really matter if you're at 4 or 2 health when that one's coming up. But I can never really remember where they are in terms of, like, climb back up. So we need to do that to open that gate on the top left so that we can access the exit switch when we get around there. I feel like we've kind of done the worst of the level so far. Or at this point, I guess. I can't speak. Got a guy here? I just can't remember. Oh, that's right. We got to run over the loose tile. So you can, of course, kind of bait this guy and try to swap places with him and push him into the pit, but you don't have to. Right. So here, I think there's no more combat before we get the health extension, I believe. So there's not really any point to grabbing that potion. There could be a guy in this screen and I just misremember everything. But I didn't. I guess you might want health here. Do not fuck that up. But the potion's right here. So the one in the previous screen that we're going to see right again now is a potion. If you drink it, the screen goes upside down. And I've mentioned previously that, like, it's a funny, cool thing, but I don't want to actually drink it during a run that is, like, basically, I don't want to do it if it risks jeopardizing the run. which it would if I'm on, you know, kind of on a, you know, if the timer is not looking great. You know, I probably would have time to do it, because the thing is, if you drink the upside down potion, obviously the game becomes way more difficult to play. But there is actually, if you go down one screen from where the health extension is, there's a second upside down potion. You can drink that to just restore the screen. So that kind of wastes a bit of time. I could have afforded to do that, but I would rather do that, I guess, if I'm feeling confident in the time, which I'm unlikely to do in a version where I'm just like a little unclear on the timing and speeds of things, and like things just feel a little dicey. But the other option is if we get to level 9 with like 5 minutes left. Like, frankly, in the CPC version we just played, I guess maybe I should have done it. But we'll see. We still have like 18 versions of the game to go. I'll have opportunities to show it off. Okay, actually at this point, past this level, or 3 levels left, I'm feeling a little better about time. Although I'm actually not sure what the time is. But I reckon probably over 20? Should be, right? 22 minutes. Which isn't a ton, but should be enough. Okay, don't stop instantly on this screen, or you will fall down a pit. Oh, fuck. There we go, that should be enough. Yeah. Oh, that's pretty nice. You save extra time by them falling off the screen, because there's no like jingle. Okay, so this next screen, get a little weird. So there's 2 tiles there after the clamper. And I fucked it up. This is exactly how I fucked it up. Few times in the CPC version too. I guess I have to start running from the very edge here. Maybe that's the thing. Yeah. Whoa! I fucked. Oh my god. I got I can't believe I did that. I was gonna be smart and effective, so I was like, oh yeah, I know what's on the next screen. And I completely got it mixed up with the part in level 11. Level 10 and 11 are like the stages I always remember the least. Level 8 is like very difficult, so it becomes very memorable because of that. Level 9, I guess, is just like very straightforward. But there's something about level 10 and 11 that, you know, maybe it's even if you play in the DOS version, you know, the dungeon levels have different color palettes, whereas I think all the palace levels look the same. I'm sure it's also like when I learned the game, whether it plays the jingles or not seems weirdly inconsistent. When I first learned the game, like level 10 and 11, I guess they're not as difficult as 8 or 12. I mean, I don't think 12 is all that difficult, but it takes a bit of trial and error to learn it. So maybe that's why I get 11 and 12 mixed up. Would this run faster on the STE? I would have no idea. I don't know anything about ST hardware. The thing is, though, you don't really want it to run faster. I mean, I guess it depends on what you mean, but when it's running at quote-unquote full speed, it's like maybe a little too fast. So you at least wouldn't really want it to run at full speed at all times, because that might be a little unwieldy. So like maybe you would want it to drop to its lowest speed less frequently, or not at all. Like ideally, and this is essentially what the DOS version is, if you're playing with like good enough, like the DOS version throttles the speed in a more comfortable way. And of course, you know, if you have a crappy IBM, I'm sure you could have slowdown in that version also. But if you're playing it like on DOSBox today, it's going to be very consistent speed-wise, and it's like a comfortable speed. But the Apple II version and this version, when they run at their fastest, they're faster than the DOS version. So I'm not sure if there is a good solution. But of course, I've done zero research. Amiga Cami, welcome. But it is, you know, in other versions, it's arguably more, like, predictable and understandable when it slows down. Like, the Super Nintendo version has a lot of slowdown, but it's very obvious. Like, you can draw very clear lines between screens that have a lot of stuff on them and the game slowing down. And I want to say that even the Apple II version, for all its unpredictability and variability in speed, seems like it felt more predictable and consistent in its behavior than this. This seems a little confusing at times, like specifically when and why it slows down. But not in a way, like, yes, it impacts the fun factor and playability, but not, like, severely. But I can say with some degree of confidence that if you could, through some method of modifying the software or the hardware or emulation or whatever, if you could get this version to run as smoothly and predictably as the DOS version, I would, like, hands down prefer it to the DOS version. Do we get this extra health? How much time do we have? 19 minutes. It's worth an extra minute. I mean, I don't even think it takes a minute for that matter. Oh my god! Well, it does if I'm gonna die. No death scream, I guess. So we found out that. Yeah, oops. Yeah, I mean, the Apple II version clearly is just like, it's doing its best. But it is designed for a certain frame rate. But it seems to me, based on my experience, that, I mean, and I don't know if the Apple II emulation that I have played it through is authentic in that way, just like I can't know if this is, like, faithful. But it is worth noting that both this and the Apple II version, as I'm playing them, are exhibiting pretty similar behavior in terms of being, like, a little faster than you might expect when it's at its fastest. Using, you know, more familiar versions as kind of a frame of reference. Take care of this guy before reading more chat. I saw there was a question. Nice. Do the speed changes affect controls? Yes and no. The game has a very, like, much like Karateka, the game is designed to take the variability in speed into account, because you can kind of Like, you're not really meant to ever tap input. This is where you got to keep running. This is what I got confused, because there's a bridge here and then there's a door that closes. You can, like, hold all the inputs. You can buffer all inputs by holding the input, and it'll then happen when the game will allow for it. So there's no need to, like, time inputs, like, hitting the button at a certain time. And I presume that that was built that way so that the game would work, even if it's, like... Basically, you line up the input by holding it, and it'll come out when it's ready. And it doesn't really matter if you have to wait 0.2 or 0.5 seconds. Which I think is very good design. I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Luckily, I could draw the sword very quickly again. My finger slipped and I accidentally pressed down, which makes you sheath your sword. But hey, adds a little bit of extra excitement. And I think specifically, like, when people say that Prince of Persia controls awkwardly and it's, like, difficult, I think a big reason for that is, like, people don't realize the way the controls work. So you try to just play it like Mario, or, you know, you tap a button, you know, you run, and while running you press the jump button and he doesn't jump, and you go, what the hell? And it's like, well, you were at a spot where a jump is not allowed to happen, but if you had held the jump button, you would have jumped at the first possible, like, grid position where you're allowed to jump. So because of that, the variability in speed doesn't throw you off nearly as much as it might in a game that controls more directly. But having said that, when you're supposed to time running through traps and stuff, like, you're looking for the rhythm and the pattern of the trap. Here we are, level 12, 16 minutes. This should be more than enough. 15 minutes. Should still be more than enough. So it can throw you off, yeah, but that's interesting. Like there. I started holding the button with the wrong timing. Yeah, like, the inputs can literally be completely dropped. Like, they're not maybe designed, like, you're not supposed, or the game isn't, I mean, I guess it's hard to say specifically what counts as, like, design intent and what's, like, how it just happens to work out, but even if you, like, you get an input to register, okay, we might, normally I don't take deaths here, but yeah, this is a perfect example. I mistiming some of these jumps, not because of slowdowns, but more so, like, spikes in, like, it's running at a certain speed, making me predict when I can start holding up to time the jump correctly. But if it then speeds up suddenly, then I get sort of misaligned in that. That certainly can happen. But you can adapt to it, you can account for it. But it is, like, pretty specifically sort of how... That is how the speed can mess with you a little bit. Alright, so here you can just do this. I love that this level doesn't have any fighting until the end. And I mean, even then, it's not really fighting. Yep, I could tell from the animation that I screwed that up. Like, he screamed after landing. Ah, that was close to the end. But this is a short level. Well, that wasn't the falling scream. That was the impact scream. There's no falling scream in this version. Which is, I think, maybe the one thing I would give the DOS version over this. So I will say, whenever I've messed up these jumps, I've messed them up in the exact same way. So I can adapt to that. Basically, as long as there's like 3 tiles remaining, you can't jump too soon. Doing a running jump so quickly after a screen transition like that is like pretty awkward. That's why I prefer to do it that way. Oh. Okay, yeah, that's what killed me last time. So this is the sort of PB here. Oh, look at that sword. The hilt. Looks like fucking Excalibur up there. This switch here will open this gate as well. I'm up. But yeah, I love this level because it's all about these like fearless dashes and jumps. You gotta do a running jump there to keep momentum. Otherwise you'll fall through those. So the sword's missing. See a little life bar there in the bottom right. It's our friend. With the green shoes. So he literally has different shoes. Oh, now we're flashing. I guess, I don't know. Maybe there was some other sprite effect. A weird jingle. Okay. Okay, final level. I mean, it's kind of weird. So that's a level transition where we will restart from here if we die. But technically it's still level 12. And this is where I get unsure about like whether the time is still counting or not. Of course, this is a slightly underwhelming final boss fight, but again, counter hits. That's how you deal with bosses in this version, I guess. Definitely, like, final boss has 2 HP left, and I still haven't figured out how to rally in this version properly. Maybe I can mash. Well, maybe I won't have to. Eyeball warning. 10 minutes. Yeah, this was in some other version where it flashes the time when you kill Jafar. As like, this is our completion time. So the Apple II version does not have the leaderboard. So I'm guessing this... Oh, yeah! I died in that exact same way in maybe it was the Apple... some version we played before. Anyway, we just get to beat the game again. There's like a perfectly incorrectly spaced jump to fall down into the single tile gap. That's like a little bit of a trolley design there. Obviously that's entirely avoidable, but they didn't need to put that gap there. Especially because you have to jump over this gap. If you jump back, does he go forward and fall into the pit? Not in this version, but he would in the Sam Coupe version. In fact, that might have been how we defeated him. But in real versions of this game, enemies ignore, like, they will not consider you as being on the same platform if there's a gap or even a loose tile in between. Nine minutes, yeah. I mean, I guess the timer didn't freeze after we killed him, because now it's at 9 minutes. It was at 10. There we go. Very last challenge is not the boss. That is accurate. Alright, back to the palace. So I think when we cleared the Apple II version, we cleared it with like 7 minutes or something left. Whereas the DOS version, I would normally finish with about 15, 20. So I think some of that, you know, comes down to timing differences making the combat feel awkward. Some of it is just game speed and clock speed being more generous. Oh. The Embrace. Very, very satisfying. Very good port. Oh, the mouse. And the torches start freaking out. The tyrant Jafar lies dead, his power shattered. Throughout the land, the people of Persia hail their princess, the brave youth who saved her from the forces of darkness. No longer a stranger, he shall from this day forth be known as Prince of Persia. Background pattern here is pretty, but it does not make the text any easier to read. I think the final hallway is great. Like, the switches and stuff is a little peculiar, but yeah, it's like a bit of tension. I mean, it's very similar. Like, the Karateka has a lot of that stuff too. Where clearly, like, there's a... The design of it is, like, there's a degree of cinematography and kind of, you know, drama and, like, you know, peaks and falls in the sort of tension. I like it. I think it would feel weird. I mean, I do think the Jafar level, whatever you want to call it, it's like after level 12, but like the Jafar showdown is, in a way, I think, one of the weakest points of the game. It's like, it's okay, but it doesn't... There's nothing special about it. It's not that he would have needed totally unique mechanics, but the framing and presentation of the fight feels like it's weird that you're in the dungeons again. It's like, it would feel... I understand the limitations of the art storage space and whatever. They couldn't give him like a unique boss arena, which of course is what would be ultimate. Going through the final platform, I mean, level 12 being the dungeon tile set in general is just strange. There's otherwise a sort of logic to you ascend from the dungeons into the palace, and then you get dropped down the pit, you're back into the dungeons, and then you work your way back to the palace. But then you're back in the dungeon for level 12, and it's a pure, like, climb up, which is in itself awesome. But yeah, I think, like, we talked about this very briefly previously, but if I were to do my own, like, fan version of this game, it would essentially be a version that plays exactly like the DOS version, you know, plays like the original correctly, but at a smooth pace and frame rate. But the graphics, I would, like, basically want to do like many more tile sets. Maybe not a unique tile set per level, but at least color palettes and details, like, so that every level would look distinct. And I would probably have like a unique tile set for level 12. And really the one thing I would change, which, spoiler alert, is the thing that, well, it's not the only thing, but it's something that was changed in some versions, starting with the PC98 version, I guess, time, is the final boss. More skeletons. And there's really only the one, that's true. You could add a skeleton fight. I mean, actually, that would make Jafar, like, having, like, fighting his skeleton minions or something, like, that would be a great build up, like, to create a more dramatic action finale. Like, as an action climax, the Jafar fight, like, doesn't really work. As a dramatic puzzle climax, the final showdown with the Shadow Prince is awesome. Like, he first shows up, and then in the next level, he, like, steals a potion from you. I tend to just skip that bit because it's fully optional. So you see him there, and then he traps you and sends you back to the dungeon. Like, you really build like a relationship to this guy as an antagonist. And then the solution to overcoming him is to not fight him, but to, like, embrace him. Like, that's so awesome. That's so creative, and it's so, like, unique, like, bespoke set piece stuff like throughout that whole thing, even though it doesn't necessarily use a lot of unique assets. Like they still manage to create this super memorable narrative component to it. Whereas Jafar is like, I guess his sprite's a little different from the regular guards, but even as a boss fight, it's basically mechanically indistinguishable from the first boss fight on level 6. It's literally like, yeah, you cross a loose tile, so you have a gap behind you, and then it's a bridge or whatever. Like, there's just nothing there. So I would want to have a unique visual. And then, you know, here, the way it works, you fight him, and then you go back this one exit door that opens from killing a boss instead of from pressing a switch, which is like mechanically inconsistent in a somewhat unsatisfying way. And then you're back in a palace hallway, and then you run to the princess. So like, if you exited through that exit door and it cut directly to the final screen where you embrace the princess, I think that would feel quite jarring. So having the hallway that you run through, I think, is a very good thing. But if I have a second skeleton for him, yeah, I don't know. There's stuff you can do for sure. I guess it just ends here. Okay. All right. Well, there we go then. That's let me find my mouse cursor. That's Prince of Persia on the Atari ST. Very exciting, very good. I definitely enjoyed that. So let's bring up the game list. The Atari ST. And I mean, you could say, I know that this won't continue to be the case throughout the entire run of games. But so far, you could argue that the victory or defeat result is a pretty good indicator for what's a good or a bad version. The CPC one is definitely, you know, it could go either way. But the Atari ST is definitely a good version. If I decide to make it, you could program it. I don't think I'm really in a position to attempt something like that as of now. Like, I don't really have room for something like that. But that's good to know. Because it would be, I mean, the source code is out there. I assume that what you would want to do, like, people have made versions of this game. There are, like, I'm sure various Windows versions and whatever too. Not to trivialize your work, but that's like the easy part. Not for me, I can't program, but the amount of work, new work to be done to like redo all the graphics is like pretty significant. But I'm speaking of that like in pure hypothetical terms. It's code in assembly. I would assume that the original Apple II code is assembly, but I'm sure it's also code that people have studied and done a lot of stuff with. So you could probably... It's like well-explored territory, I think is... I mean, again, I'm not a programmer. I wouldn't know the details. And I don't mean to imply that it wouldn't be work to make it. But it's at least not redoing everything from scratch, I guess. I mean, if someone were to do that, then, I mean, I wouldn't stop them, I guess. But anyway, I appreciate that. That might be fun at some point, but it's not really... I don't really have the bandwidth to take on something like that at the moment. Anyway, we finished the game. How do we review this game? I like it a lot. I think it's like... The speed does make it a little awkward to play. But that's like the only thing. That and the falling scream, I guess. That's like where there's a more... like there's an argument for the superiority of the DOS version, but it's so fucking cool. The graphics are awesome, and the sound effects during combat, like, oh shit, that's like, it elevates it so much. Like, I think for sure it's the presentation of this version I definitely vastly prefer over the DOS version. And if the speed could be like addressed, I like this would be my go-to version over the DOS version for sure. So how does that translate? What does that mean? As far as a review score goes. Let's see here. I have to weigh my options very carefully here. Because I think, like, I don't know, I could give it the same score as the DOS version, but I feel like it kind of deserves something more. So maybe, yeah, I think we go with this one. I'm starstruck by the Atari ST version. It's so sick. It's so awesome. It's like so much more interesting and entertaining to look at than the DOS version. That I like, even with the slightly more troublesome emulator situation and with like the speed issues and everything, like it's more interesting. I kind of like it better. Maybe the playability isn't there to quite the same degree, but it doesn't really hold it back that much in the grand scheme of things. So I really like it. Okay, we're done with the ST version. So we're at a bit of a crossroads here. I was thinking, like 2 minutes ago, I was thinking, well, there's no way we can play through the entire PC98 version right now, but I really want to boot it up just to show it. But now, 2 minutes later, I'm thinking, well, if I boot it up, I'm going to start playing. And if I start playing, I'm not going to want to stop. I'm going to want to play the game. And I do know that the PC98 version runs smoother and faster, so like it should be, like it could be a 45-minute thing. Granted, we're going to look at the intro for probably 20 minutes. But I also realized that I've been streaming for, well, about 4 hours, a little less. But it's not that late. And if people had to tune out due to time zones and whatnot, we are going to start, if we do PC98 now, and I decide to stream tomorrow as well, which it's not a promise, but maybe. Regardless, the next stream will start with the X68000 version, which, at least graphically, is essentially identical to the PC98 version, but I don't know if could have any number of other differences. But yeah, I think we're going to give it a try. It's a 1 hour game, exactly. What was the Sam Coupe version like? Really quite bad. Because it has, like, the behavior of the mechanics are not, like, it's not correct. The most glaring issue, there's two really big issues. One is that taking a sneaky step doesn't protect you from traps and ledges. So it's very difficult to position yourself at the edge of a tile, meaning the edge of a platform. The other fucked up thing is that the game has like half tiles. It uses the graphics from the DOS version, but it's like truncating them to a lower resolution instead of like redrawing everything to fit in. It's like a 256 width resolution, I'm guessing. It has like fewer tiles per screen, but it's like it's a weird thing because it has like, I can't find a better way to describe it than saying that it has half tiles. It has things that like aren't aligned on what feels like the same grid. So it's like highly mysterious, and then on top of that, like jumping doesn't quite behave properly. So it's like jumps that you should know how to do just like don't work properly in that version. It kind of messes up the whole game. And I don't remember if it had weird, like I think combat was sort of easier. Yeah, I mean, it had the thing where guards don't guards will follow you over loose tiles and fall into them, which is funny, but it's not how the game's supposed to work. Yeah, the Sam Coupe version, the worst one we played so far by a notable margin, but it's going to get some tough competition later on. Yeah, I'm excited to hear about your like reconstruction of Prince of Persia 2, because that is a mighty fucked game, and playing a version that is at least as unfucked as you could make it, I think would give you the best odds of enjoying it. It's not an unenjoyable game on the whole, but I don't like it all that much. And the thing is, like, it's got some technical problems and, like, you know, controls and weirdnesses, bugs. But I think even if it functions as it should, just the level design and the design of the game in general, I think it's a big step down from the first game, but also it's a step into a different direction that I don't like as much. But having a version that just plays well on modern computers, that eliminates as much as possible of all the shit that like shouldn't be a problem, I think would be extremely welcome. Anyway, let's do the PC98 version, but before that, I'll take another really quick break. I'll be back in mere moments for what is bound to be an extremely exciting version of this game for multiple reasons. See you guys in a little bit. There we go. Yeah, I don't know what's up with the actions not working. It didn't work previous, like during the last break, the same thing happened. It's not really something I can troubleshoot super easily while I'm live, or at least I don't want to do it. But so the you know, the World of Jiggy stuff is running live on my PC, of course. So the way it works, see, that doesn't work either. So there's clearly something that's broken. The actions, the redemptions, are supposed to trigger actions in StreamerBot, and those actions then do things like show and hide sources in OBS or send inputs to my Unreal app running World of Jiggy, and clearly none of those things are working. I don't know why that is. I see that there's an update available, so I don't know if the bot is just like... I guess it could also be... Okay, I think it probably isn't... The bot probably isn't connected to Twitch correctly, which could be an update thing. Like maybe something changed in the Twitch API, and that's why I need to update StreamerBot for it to connect or something like that. In any case, thanks for bringing it to my attention. I'll try to see if I can look into it after I'm done streaming tonight. But yeah, I happen to see you mention in Fluffy Quack that you've essentially done like a version of Prince of Persia 1 as part of your POP2 project. That's cool. So I wasn't I wasn't very far off when I said that the code side of the work for doing my version of the first game is essentially done, because it sounds like you've already done it. I meant it in a very more general sense that you know, that has been explored, but I guess you literally kind of have it done. Which is extremely good to know, because if I ever get the feeling for like doing my own Prince of Persia graphics replacement or something, I could get in touch with you and maybe have somewhere to put it, and who knows where that could go. That would be super fun and a cool thing to do, but like I said, it's not something I would prioritize at the moment. But even as someone who isn't even a big fan of Prince of Persia 2, I think that sounds really cool too, and whenever I do finally endeavor to properly play that from beginning to end, I'd happily play your version. I mean, there's no way it can be more broken than the actual official release, right? So anyway, that's neither here nor there, but what is here is the PC98 version of Prince of Persia. For the first time in this project, we're actually changing the cover art to this, the Japanese box, which I mean, I like it better than the reissue box with the, you know, the one we looked at the beginning of the stream. But the painting, like the artistic, like thematically, the composition, the whole idea, like conceptually, I think it's sick. The big looming evil Jafar, and like, you know, that's all cool. But the technical execution of the painting is a little I feel like it's a little bit lacking. Someone who likes a program but have no artistic skills, it's nice to work with an artist on a project. Well, I can assure you that the feeling's mutual. As an artist with no programming skills, it's cool to have a programmer to make shit happen and not just draw images. Let's update the game details. So this would be game number 7. The PC 9801, which is the final 1990 release. It was not developed by Broderbund France. Whoops. It was developed by Arsis Software. Just like the idea of him being unnecessarily buff. It's pretty funny. Now, let me see here. That should work. Bear with me for a moment. Arsys software has no relation to Arc System Works. No. They are two completely different, unrelated, and differently named companies. But Arsys Software are extremely powered and an exciting developer in their own right. So I believe if I do this... right, I have to change... I think this should capture it, and I gotta change the crop filters. Believe... See if we can get it to show up. Taking a long ass time. Go to window mode and then full screen. I remember I struggled a bit with this. Again, it's a weird thing. It's like a full screen thing. So when I swap away from it to like click something in OBS, it disappears. I know I got this to work off stream. It took me a moment, but so the full screen capture should work because that's where I have the filters set up. So that's where yeah, that's definitely how I did it. Wait, okay, I remember. No, wait, it is Direct 3D. Then why does... Yeah, this is the experience that all the retro stream viewers are looking for. It's frustrating because I know I was clicking around and doing stuff, and then it's like, oh, it works. Like, I wasn't even, like, specifically attempting to get it. Like, I set it up, it didn't quite work, and I was, like, doing something else in the emulator or setting something else up, and then the capture, like, popped up in OBS. I'm like, oh, okay, it does work. But I don't know exactly what I did to make it work. So the emulator has the option between Direct Draw and Direct 3D. And I do remember that when I switched it from Direct 3D to Direct Draw, or sorry, the other way around, from Direct Draw to Direct 3D, it started working. But I don't know that it was because of that, you know? Let me see if I can, I just minimize, no, it's not in the background. Bear with me. Try that, because it, something about the, like the executable that I was trying to capture, like disappears from the list. Okay, let me try this. Okay, if I try any full screen application, which I'm like terrified that it's going to capture something weird that I don't want it to, but I'm going to try it because it can capture it. I know that because that happened before. The retro game runs immediately without having issues with cycles. Is it actually worth playing? Yeah, who's to say? This is quite frustrating, since I did get it to work before I went live. Can I do... Try this, I don't know. because almost always, like, it takes a moment for OBS to, like, hook into something. But I don't even know now if it's, like, trying to... Specific window. In fact, I'm pretty sure that when it eventually did hook into it correctly, I didn't actually necessarily even have the window up. I'm going to try something else. Let's see if I can... That's right, because using the window capture, the application doesn't even come up in the list. Like, I have to use full screen game capture or whatever. That's what my what my source is called. What is the actual source type called in OBS? Game capture, right? So window capture doesn't work. Like, it doesn't, like, acknowledge it. Like, in the window capture source, I look for the list of applications, and the emulator just does not show up. I'm going to perform a little bit of stream surgery here and make sure I don't have anything incriminating on my screen here. In case I might have to resort to screen capture, which seems absurd that it would have to come to that. I mean, I don't even know that that works any better, in fact. But again, let me just... try that. It's so annoying the way it, like, it disappears. And I think, yeah, the window, it might be because the window name changes. Like, it has the exact frame rate, the refresh rate, like, in the application name. And it is set, the OBS is set to, like, use the same, like, if the window name doesn't match, like, capture a window with the same application, which generally always works. Oh, this is infuriating. I'm just going to try toggling window settings here in OBS to see if any of that makes any difference. Dear Lord. Okay, if I do this... All right, give me a moment. Why did that not... Okay. Bear with me. There we go. Let's auto hide that. If I now bring up this, and if I do... Man, I don't even have monitor capture, which, I mean, I guess that way would I have it here. Okay, we'll put it here somewhere. Can't believe it's coming to this and that it's this cumbersome. Okay, so I could probably copy the transform from here. And let's see if I can copy this filter. I'm not sure if you can paste filters onto other sources. I feel like you probably can't, but we can work that out. All right, I guess that works. Let me hide this while I fuck with the filters for a moment. Oh, sick, it did work. Extremely, extremely cumbersome, but I guess this will work. It's like, yeah, you set up a capture and it won't work, but it's like, or rather, you test it offline. Everything works in OBS, but if you go live, then it no longer works, I guess. Like, that seems to be what's up. Okay, I think we're good. This version is pretty fucking sick. So we got a unique intro. New music. Very cool title screen. Copyright 1989 Jordan Mechner, programmed by Arsis Software. New opening. It's a time of darkness. Sultan of Persia, traveling to a distant land to fight a war. So it's like, it's slightly embellished, the backstory. Jafar seizing the power vacuum. Take the Sultan's young daughter in marriage. Oh. Building hype. Like the only, yeah, so that's like the second intro screen, where it's like the only thing in the way of Jafar's evil plans, the brave young man. But little does she know, he's already trapped in the dungeon. All the budget went to the intro. I wouldn't be so sure. I wouldn't be so sure. Yeah, most of the commands are going to be a bit broken. But at least if you're looking at Twitch chat, you can see the Broccoli Donut had declared this game is anime. Intro reminds you of the Mega CD one? Yes, there's a good reason for that, and that is because this version is like the foundation for pretty much all other Japanese developed Prince of Persia versions. Some more directly than others. Music's so sick. Our audio level's okay. It looks like the game is maybe slightly on the loud side, but if I need to address any of that, I would rather do it now. Actually, I think it'll be fine, because I need to do a system, like a setting in the game. I'm not sure if there's something with the inputs here that makes it not... can I do this? No? Okay. When I tried this before, I'm pretty... Oh, it could be... let's... What if I put this be... But I think... No, I think we should be able to have the user disk here. I'm not super familiar with PC98. I don't know why it's... Like, what's going on now? But we can reset it. We don't have to, like, sit through the intro or whatever. We can just go to the menu. Even this little Broderbund intro is so sick, by the way. So unless there's something extra fucked now where, like... Yeah, there we go. Press enter. There we go. There's a main menu. Game start, data load, drive setting, sound setting, night mode, create user disk, register name, replay mode, return to demo. So I think Let me test if I try to data load. Oh, that's right, I didn't do it on this disk. Right. So the original version had you could save, but not quite like this. The save function in like the DOS version or the Apple II version is more like kind of a checkpointing thing, like you set a restart point during that session. I don't think you can load a save, reboot it up again. I'm actually not positive, but this is like full proper saving and loading. I just didn't like set up the player disk. So first of all, I'm going to go to sound mode and set it to mode 3, which is going to lower. I don't know what these settings represent exactly, but for my tiny amount of trial and error, I found the volume balance in mode 3 a little more comfortable. The drive setting is if you have 1 or 2 disk drives. So night mode is like, I guess, I'm not sure if that's exactly the correct term for it, but it's like display mode. You can like invert it, but I'm assuming it's some sort of compatibility thing for if you have like a monochrome monitor or something like that. We can register our name so that when we save the game and when the game will automatically create replays and like save our. I guess this one doesn't. I don't know if it has the high score table. Maybe I can't access it currently because I didn't complete the game yet. But it will register my name. Like I don't have a save file to load, but if I did, so it says there, save slot is the number, then it's level, HP, remaining time, and player name. So as I understand it, you need to like format a disk to save things on it. So I hope I've set that up correctly. I mean, I wouldn't really need to do it, but I'm like curious to see how that works. So I'm not sure if I might have accidentally fucked up and like reformatted over my original game disk. I can dig up the images again, but hopefully it hasn't that hasn't fucked up. So I'm gonna start the timer now because I have to do that to. That's how that works. But game start. Background music, high resolution 640 by 400 graphics. Shift, yeah, okay. The brand new character design with the vests and slippers and turban. Atmosphere is so cool. It runs, okay, so it runs at a very comfortable speed. It runs at a very consistent speed. But if you don't like the speed, you can hit F1, go to the system menu, save, and you can change movement speed and combat speed. So movement speed is set to 3, combat speed is set to 6, and lower number is faster. So I'm gonna put it down to 5 to make combat a little faster. You can turn on, like, or turn off sound effects. Resume game. So you can make it run faster than this. The music definitely, like, I don't miss not having music. But the music's very good. Yeah, this version was the basis for a lot of versions, but interestingly, yes, and weirdly, I don't really know how that sort of came about, but the Mac version, it doesn't reuse these graphics like some other versions do, but the graphics are like traced over it, and it's very strange. I don't think the Mac graphics are very good, or at least they're a very clumsy, kind of amateurish approximation of these graphics, in my opinion. Some of the goodness of the graphics in this shine through in the Mac version here and there, but if you compare them side by side, like combat music, Little jingle, you can still move. I love the way the gate looks in this version. That's one of the, like, the torches and the gate are some graphics that I think survived pretty well to the Mac version. But I think the characters look, like the shading they try to add in the Mac, like it just, they kind of fucked it up. So of course this has a very, and look at fucking, like, how sick does this look? Like, this is the first version where they really, like, reinterpreted the graphics. And added stuff to it. Even the Atari ST, which is like the most interpretive, if you want to use that word. The sound effects in combat are so good. Like, everything is just fully off. Like, it feels so good to play. Like, this game speed and smoothness is exactly what the Atari ST version is missing. But I love the visuals. Of course, you know, the PC98 has a high resolution of 640 by 400. But generally can only display 16 colors. But the high resolution allows for dithering to sort of imply other colors and imply texture. And I think, you know, it's a very common thing. And being like an arcade action sort of a game, it's not, you know, not that there's a shortage of those on the PC98, but most people who maybe have a fleeting familiarity with the platform would maybe more recognize the kind of illustration, sort of adventure game type things with big artworks. But it's interesting to see it sort of applied to this kind of thing. See, that guy doesn't instantly try to push us over the edge. So, like, the AI, like, everything just feels like it's properly ported. Like, the behaviors and controls, like, everything is just so smooth and consistent. There was some talk last time about, like, oh yeah, some of these ports, they must not have had access to the source code. Which, yeah, for sure. But I don't even know, like, how much... Like, in some cases, it just feels like it's more a matter of care and attention to detail. Cool fanfare. Like, I feel like even with access to source code, if you're not familiar with how the game's supposed to play, I feel like issues could be introduced. But this is, like, silky smooth, controls perfectly, looks awesome, actually has interesting changes. Not like in the level design and stuff, but more like the menu setup and new features. See, that, like, every little thing just works the way you would expect it to. So smooth. Again, like, the DOS version does it too, but after playing the Atari ST version, it feels so good to be able to move during the jingles. Yeah, I think this game is well suited to the PC98's capabilities. Because it doesn't, you know, it doesn't have to deal with scrolling, for example. The music hasn't changed yet, but I assume it will at some point. Well, I mean, it's the combat music's different, but I fucked up the timing of that. So, you know, there's no screams, and the sound effects are all sort of maybe this changes with hardware configuration. Maybe it changes if I change sound mode. But, you know, it doesn't have the digitized samples. Like, it doesn't have the screams. It doesn't have I guess we'll find out in a couple of screens what the jaw trap sounds like. But the music is very cool and does more than enough to compensate. I think it's... Oh, I thought I would make that. So this is an extremely sloppy level 3, but I feel like I don't really care because this version feels so reliable that I know that there's going to be other parts of the game that I struggle with in other ports that like won't be a factor in this one. There we go. Easy peasy. Checkpoint, I guess. It's a checkpoint in most versions, but I don't necessarily think it's a checkpoint in every version. Not the most threatening sound, but works well enough. Even though this version also doesn't really play a lot of like sound effects or music or jingles on top of each other, just the nature of the sort of instrumentation of the sound means that it doesn't really sound... It doesn't sound too weird when sound effects interrupt one another. I think the skeleton... I mean, I like the way the skeleton looks. Is this different combat music? I think it might be. But I still think the Atari ST skeleton looked the coolest. So I have set the game to run at a lower speed for combat than action, but it is one step faster than the default setting. And it's like, hey, gave me the option, so I'll use it. LCD mode, okay. Interesting. I guess it makes sense that it's called that because it's like a setting depending on what kind of monitor you have. So a better name for it really would be like screen settings, new music. This palette tile set is sick, but we've got proper walls, like it's not a void. I like these little pillars. This is the PC 9801 version. I fucked that up. Because this game controls well, that's not a problem. That's a fully invisible switch. It's not even just like hidden. Interesting. This version, not only was it the basis sort of for the Super Nintendo version, because it was kind of the basis. I fucked that up. I really fucked it up. Because you obviously don't really want to try to fight that guy. But you can go up this way. But the Super Nintendo version was also developed by Arsys, who created this one. Those are the two ports that were actually developed by Arsys. And Arsys are very high-powered developers. They created some extremely technically incredible, like, 3D graphics stuff. As well as this, like, just highly competent port of this game. It's an awesome port in its own right, of course, but doubly so after playing some other ports. I mean, even the Atari ST port, which I really liked, has the issues with, like, the timing and everything. And this is just, like, so silky smooth to play. And again, it's the first version with music. It's the first version that actually, like, meaningfully iterates on the kind of graphics and visuals. Because I think that's my biggest complaint with the DOS version. It looks fine. I don't think it looks ugly, but it looks pretty bland and sort of mundane. And it doesn't really make good use of the extra sort of colors in terms of fleshing things out. But it also doesn't, like, I think the ST version is a much better demonstration of authentically maintaining some of the ambiguity of the graphics in the Apple II version while adding detail. So sick. I kind of fucked it up, but we still got through it. The DOS version does look minimalist, yes, but it doesn't necessarily... Well, I mean, it's clearly intentional, sure. But it feels... You can tell, and that's not necessarily a bad thing either, but you can tell that it's sort of... If that was the original version, there's no way it would have looked like that. Because they would have done more with the graphics. Which, you know, wouldn't necessarily have been a good thing. Relatively. The minimalism is certainly informed by creative decision made, perhaps out of necessity. We have time to show this off. In the Apple II version. But I think they could have... Like, they could have easily fucked it up much worse. Sure. So sick. But I think the Atari ST version is, like, excellent evidence that it could also have been so much more. And I mean, so is this. I mean, the DOS version couldn't have looked this good because it wouldn't have had the same fidelity. Like, all these little patterns on the walls and stuff, of course, you know, make good use of the higher resolution. But beyond that, it's, I mean, the reason this looks good isn't, oh, it's running at high resolution. It looks good because they had talented artists make good artistic decisions. And here, see, this, like, the whole foreground thing, this, you know, these arches, like, that's a completely new graphical element. That's not like they changed those tiles in the tile map in this version. Like, it's a completely new thing. See, I overstepped there by like 2 tiles, and I still technically was in the beginning of my drawing the sword animation, so I wasn't instantly killed there. In the CPC version, that 100% would have killed me. If you're not aware, getting attacked when you don't have your sword drawn, or like when you're not in combat mode, kills you instantly. But the game, good versions of the game, are pretty forgiving about it. Oh, fucking see this too. They like designed this room to look exotic and exciting and beautiful, completely sort of not disregarding, but not being limited by how that room was designed to work on the Apple II. I forgot the screen. I always forget stuff in these screens. So this guy doesn't get his own music, interestingly. The combat actually works in this version. Ironically, I barely need to do it properly. At least the fight goes on long enough that you hear more of the music. Oh, I can't move. I timed that a little differently. Oh, the little screen fade? And we have a different color palette when we're back in the dungeon. That's awesome. So this version is interesting because the big bottles don't have the fizz coming out of them. So there's no color indication I mean, maybe the stripes on the bottles are different colors. I guess I wasn't paying attention to that. Regular potions in the original, well, not the original, the DOS version, I guess I should say. Honestly, I guess it's probably better to drop that tile, but it's not a big deal. Small red potions are health. Small blue potions are poison. Big red bottles are health extension. And big bottles that are like... There are different colors in different versions, but the gravity potion that we have at the end of this level is green in most versions, but sometimes it's like gray. Huh. You actually can't crawl. Well, it might be a controller joystick, some kind of issue, I'm not sure. Luckily, it's not something that comes into play that much. But you're supposed to be able to crouch and, like, scoot forward. But I can't really pull that off here for some reason. Yeah, these graphics are awesome. Like, and again, without the frame of reference, I could see why someone might enjoy the graphics in the Mac version. I mean, I used to as well. But if you look at them side by side, like, the Mac version is like... you can tell that the person adapting those graphics are not a skilled artist. They just sort of, you know, converted the graphics. And really what they did was just, like, paint over them to get rid of all the dithering. And, like, well, we have 256 colors, so we don't need dithering. Let's just recolor everything. And, you know, they use the dithering as a guide for adding shading to the sprites, but the way the shading is designed on these sprites doesn't make sense if you actually have more colors to work with, because the dithering kind of allows it to work in a way that... It's hard to explain, but I don't know. I just feel like the way they did it in the Mac version does not, like, retain what makes these graphics actually look good. Well, I mean, again, some of it comes through, but in a lot of ways it doesn't. Or at the very least, like, it just doesn't look as good. Oh, inverted colors? Well, actually, I guess it's not inverted because the background is black. But it's a color palette shift, which so far only the Apple version, the ST version, and the PC98 version has done. Little screen transition. Oh, look at the mouse. I fucking love the way this room is designed. Even her, like, design with the veil and, like, the details added to the dress, like, the character design in this version, just the art design in general. Every little embellishment is, like, a cool touch. And it's, like, so smooth and fun to play. One thing that's actually I'm kind of curious about in this version... Can I not press space to show time? Guess not. I can push F1. I mean, we can save, I guess. Okay, 40 minutes left. See, that seems pretty close to real time. Not exactly, but there's probably some cutscenes to account for that. And, okay, sure, we're at... No! I tried to turn around, but I fucked up. The game, like, we are playing at the default platforming speed. So it could be that the clock is like, you know, sort of designed with that in mind. But it does make me wonder if the clock is always real time. Even though this got me killed last time. Like, I do kind of wonder if you could increase the game's... Well, actually, I guess that doesn't make sense. Because if you then lower game speed, I guess you couldn't finish the game. So... I don't know. I guess I don't know how that works exactly. Again, plenty of versions have had variable game speed, but this one has it, like, by design. My armrest just fell apart. It's really interesting, too, that you can actually change combat speed independently. I mean, just having a speed setting like that is, like, kind of weird. But it is nice. Let me pick up my... Oh. Rest. Grab this because it's not that much extra time, and this is a pretty tough level. We did do this level deathless in the ST version. Oh yeah, let me not gonna bother with that health though. If you, I guess you need to sneak onto this screen also to like be able to. You don't really get the drop on him, but you get the benefit. All right, just keep running. Closes the door behind us. Oh! I was a little too hasty there. We should still be able to do it. I tapped forward and then I held up. Well, I held forward and then up. But I didn't hold forward long enough for him to actually start running. Kind of fucked up that timing. Oh, well, whatever. Deathless level 8 is not... Well, actually, I guess we wouldn't have Deathless anyway, because we fucking fell down in the next screen here first time, but... This is kind of typically where I... Fuck, it's just a difficult level. And the thing about it, too, is because it's long... it's likely that deaths in this level are quite costly. You can lose a lot of time in this level. The speed settings are sort of a difficulty setting, yeah. But I guess it's like kind of down to preference as well. But yeah, so if you increase combat speed, like combat feels so different from everything else anyway, that it doesn't really feel jarring to me for the game to like slow down during combat. But I do remember, because these settings are available in multiple other versions as well, that setting the game speed to the same for platforming and combat, like, makes the combat pretty difficult. Because it's entirely consistent. There we go. You know, you don't have the problem that you might in the other versions we played that had like really awkwardly variable speed. Okay, let's try this again. Can't believe I fuck that up that way. Let's see if we can salvage this. Like, I normally stop on that screen, but I did some kind of weird... I didn't properly stop, and I didn't keep going either. So I mean, I did keep going. That was the problem. But I wasn't planning on... Because you don't have to stop there. You can keep running and jump over the pit immediately. Ugh! Okay. There's no command. There is a command in the original to restart a level. But I guess there isn't in this version. Ironically, the guard dying on the switch, like, keeps a door open, which can be helpful, but it now prevented us from opening that switch a second time, or opening the gate, rather. So if the guard hadn't died on that switch, we could have continued. And taking more hits than I would like here. So yeah, I was soft locked there. To my knowledge, anyway. And that's part of what makes this level so challenging. Like, you can make a slip up that in most other levels you would be able to recover from, but not here. It's like a little mean in that way, because it feels like a small mistake, because it, it didn't kill you or anything. But just the way things worked out. Like, because I just tend to run through these screens up top, I don't exactly remember what switch actually does what. Because I don't... if you do it properly, you don't have to care. But there must be some switch that you step on over the course that shuts that gate. So that's interesting to know, that it's actually to our benefit that this guy does not die on the switch. Because if an enemy dies on a switch, that keeps the switch depressed. You can see it's sticking out of the floor right now, which means I can activate it again. I had a brain fart and I forgot how to jump. But if he dies on it, then you can't press that switch again. It does keep the door open indefinitely, but if there's another switch that closes the door, then this switch can no longer be used to open it again, which is what happened. Waiting this here so I can run full speed. I fucking mistimed it again. I should technically be... I kind of want to do this as research, because that gap I should still be able to cover... I'll take the next potion. I should still be able to cover it with a ledge grab. This is an extremely ugly, messy playthrough of level 8. If I even do it. Best deathless time, 27:48. Sounds pretty good. I'm not, like, good at the game to keep track of those things. I've done the Xbox Live Arcade version deathless, but I guess I haven't really done other versions deathless. Right. Okay. There we go. I actually did that properly. Finally. Jesus. I know that the DOS version, and I'm sure it would have carried over to some other versions, does have, like, speed tech, like flipping through guards and walls and stuff. Which is pretty neat, but it's not something I've ever, like, bothered learning. So this guy is now lying on the switch that closes this door, which means that it won't close. Yeah, we came to this level with about 40 minutes left. So we've spent a good chunk of time here, but assuming we don't have any major fuck-ups, the rest of the game should be fine. Brand new Deathless makes the game less enjoyable, some ways stressful. That's true. I mean, I felt that way. I think the Xbox Live version has like an achievement for doing it deathless. I still haven't actually gotten all the achievements. I mean, I know I'm missing one for getting every health extension. I'm not even positive if you need to do them all in a single run. But I'm sure there's one or two that I don't even know where they are. But there's a couple I tend to skip. I don't usually get the one in level 3, for example, because I don't typically need all of them. But I kind of went for the deathless. It looks so good. I might not have been as... That's right. Yeah. I might not have been as motivated to do it if it wasn't for that achievement. And it's also, you know, it's kind of an easier version in a lot of ways. Why did I do this? I could have probably run through there, but then I decided to jump for no reason. That's right, this... Okay. I'm like, I don't know, I guess I've been streaming for 5 hours, but I'm going a little bit too much on autopilot. Screen looks so good. It would be sick if there were like a few more unique screens or like just set decoration. I thought it was awesome that the Atari ST version had these little... They kind of look like door knockers, but I guess that's not what they are because they're just in the middle of a brick wall. But these like decorations that's on the sides of walls that are mostly walls that you're never going to be climbing, so it doesn't really like get in the way. Like the not the side that's facing us, but like the right side of a wall. The graphics in this are still awesome, but they definitely did more in the Super Nintendo version with exactly that kind of thing. The Super Nintendo version, aside from everything else that's vastly different about the level design and the boss fights and everything else, just in the parts where it looks the most like the original game, there's still more like tile variations. Like here you have the torches, but otherwise the back wall looks kind of the same. In the Super Nintendo version, there's more sort of like skeletons chained to the wall, and I think little piles of rubble and that kind of thing. So I think that's kind of like sort of what's missing in this version. Okay. Wasn't sure if I was going to make that. And that's obviously not a complaint, but more like observing what could be done. I think it's still on a nice level here, where everything looks good and it doesn't feel sparse. Like I think it's helped by the overall like level of detail in the tiles themselves. But on a screen like this, it becomes extremely obvious that there's like no variation in the brick tiles, and just breaking up that does a lot for the variety. I mean, honestly, even the Atari ST version had more variety in the bricks than this version does. And I'm not sure I would say, like, straight up and down across the board that this is the better looking version between the two. I like all the embellishments and additions they made in the graphics. Like, I think this version has a lot of great artistic touches and little flourishes that I greatly enjoy. But I could say the same thing for the ST version for sure. There we go. The ST version is very similar to the Apple II in the sense that the game speed is very variable. which is, you know, ultimately to the detriment of the game experience. But that's like the only thing I didn't like about it. It otherwise controls wonderfully. And okay, let's show this off. I think we should be fine time-wise. Okay, this is a little tricky, but I'd rather do this upside down than having to go all the way back. Okay, so I hope I still jump with the up key. In fact, let's test that. Yeah, you do. Okay. It's so, like, you wouldn't think, or maybe you would, I don't know, that flipping the screen upside down would be as disorienting as it is. Part of that, I guess, is because you have to press up to move down on the screen and vice versa. But I think that, like, the perspective shift kind of makes it more confusing too. Oh, there we go. Much better. I think that's an achievement in the Xbox version too. To drink both potions. I'm glad I got to show that off in at least one version. And, like, you get so spoiled when you have consistent game speed. Because these traps are, like, so trivial to deal with compared to versions where, like, you just, like, can't run through them like this because you have to, like, account for the timing changing. But it is interesting because it really does mean that, like, the game kind of changes in the sense that, in my view, like, a lot of playing this game is about, like, the mastery and building confidence in how to deal with different types of obstacles. And there's no more perfect example than those traps and, like, running through them versus slowly stepping through them. And the thing is, like, running through them becomes a far less reliable strategy when the speed isn't consistent. Okay, can I remember how to fucking do level 10 now? Not fuck up in really stupid ways. We'll see. And not leap into those spikes. It is weird, though, that, like, this version, the hidden switches are, like, fully invisible. It really does seem like. Which isn't the case in the original. A screen like this with no slowdown, it's like, feels crazy. Don't skip that switch like I stupidly did at one time before. Okay, we got through. This version is excellent. There's, like, I said about the ST version that, like, the speed is really what prevents me from just straight up saying that I prefer it over the DOS version. This version doesn't have that problem. Not that this and the ST version in particular are, like, very similar to one another in any specific ways, but they both look better than the DOS version, and they both mechanically function completely accurately the way it should. Like, the controls, like, everything works like it should in the ST version. It just has, like, speed issues. But there are a lot of versions where the mechanics and the controls don't quite work the way they're supposed to. 20 minutes left on level 11. That's pretty good. I think we'll skip this potion, though. I don't feel like I need it. I love the sound effects from the swords. The ST version had the awesome, like, screams and grunts during combat. That's, like... That's better than every other version I've played. Like, that's something that's definitely putting the ST version above others. But of course, the speed just makes this so much more smooth and pleasant to play. I don't know if this prince design makes sense for the story. Well, I mean, I think it doesn't feel weird to me, because in the context of what we have to go by as far as like the aesthetics and fashions or whatever, I wouldn't necessarily assume that he looks like he's like well off or like royalty or whatever. This might just be very normal clothing. Right, loose tiles. In the original, and especially in some versions, like the DOS version, like he looks like he's designed to be, like, I don't know, a beggar or something. Whoa, that's interesting. Like, yes, he's a man of the people or whatever. Like, I think the implication for sure is that he's like, you know, not you know, he becomes royalty because he gets to marry the princess. He's not, you know, he's not from money. But I don't think necessarily it's part of the story that he has to be, you know, a literal, like, street orphan or whatever. I don't think that's an unreasonable connection to make. And I think you're not wrong in saying that his sort of ascending to his higher status hits a little harder if he looks very plain. I think that's totally fair. But I also think that this is a more interesting visual design. I think we'll see, especially in like the Mega CD version. Oh, unique music for level 12? Hell yeah. Maybe not so much like the cover art for this version, but the cutscenes in the Mega CD version, like he comes across as like young, exuberant anime protagonist. You know, he doesn't come across as like he's wearing a vest and he's got a turban, but that doesn't mean that he looks inappropriately fancy. I mistimed that. Rich folks wouldn't go around bare-chested. Probably not. Like, I think it works. But I think the ST... Like, it works great in the original, right? In the Apple II version, the graphics are sort of abstract enough that you can sort of fill in a lot of blanks yourself. In fact, it's not even necessarily clear whether he's got poofy hair or you know, a turban or something, right? But with more fidelity, you kind of need to make it a bit more explicit. And, I mean, of course, for the, like... I missed... No, okay, we got it. Like, when, in the film footage for the rotoscoping, like, Jordan's brother or whatever, he was... It was basically wearing... Like, the outfit as we see it in the DOS game isn't, like, inauthentic to that. But it looks a little goofy, I think. I think the ST version is, like, hits the right balance of being that kind of extremely plain outfit while still having a little more visual interest from a, like, pure aesthetic design perspective. But that's why I like this design, too. Like, it just... It just makes the character look more visually interesting. Having said that, I like this color scheme probably better. I think the color scheme in the Mac version, where he's got a bright red vest and a bright blue turban, I think that makes him look a little too, like, I was gonna say festive. I don't know what the good word for it. Like, he's still wearing, like, the colors aren't fancy here, which I think helps with the making the design work. Unique music, but we don't really have time to listen to it because I guess I could have fought him for a little bit. Flamboyant, I guess, is a word you could use for it. Look at the screen fade on level N. It's extremely satisfying when these things happen with no slowdown. And we still have the level 12 music. We're about to see probably the biggest discrepancy in the game. I think. I haven't exactly seen how this plays out before. Look at that fucking sprite! However, well, we'll see. It's quite difficult. But it actually works. I had a real tough time with this in the Atari ST version. Ugh. Doors open. Let's not fall down this pit. Completely new tile set. This is the sickest shit. This is exactly what, like... Oh, look at that painting. There he is. The Dark Lord Jafar. The final obstacle between us and the princess. Final boss battle in a unique arena with a unique boss theme. This is like the ultimate climax that the game was missing. Got him. Counter hit. We're back in reality. Ready to save the princess. This is so fucking sick. Just looking at the hourglass. And then she sees the... Like, even the timing of this is, like, so well done. And there's the mouse. And the music. Like, it's just... All of these little flourishes and embellishments just add to the game. This graphic. I mean, I knew about pretty much all of this, but even just like actually playing it from beginning to end, like, holy shit. So these images were also, I think, reused or like kind of adapted for some of the other versions. Yeah, just having like graphics for the ending. Like, the ending is so much more satisfying, even if there's no actual narration here. Obviously, you know, the storytelling kind of speaks for itself. But it is interesting that the narration is just kind of missing. I like, you know, the mouse being like this extra character. So fucking good. staff roll. Showing like super play techniques and cool moments. It's like the coolness factor is just like elevated by a like that's what makes this such an amazing port. And like it's such a it's not just like the tile sets or the sprites or the animation, but the entire experience is just like permeated by these like excellent sensibilities of like, yeah, Prince of Persia is a god game, but how could we like elevate it further? Like, what could we do to it without compromising any of the actual game? Well, yeah, the final climax. So there's a unique sprite for this enemy who's like the fucking royal guard. So they just like invented a new character and they put Jafar here instead, and it's like, oh my god, it's so much better. Even the combat mechanics of the Jafar fight are nothing. There's nothing special about it, but the presentation and framing of it like completely changes the experience. Like one final extra ending image, the fucking statue of the kid, the animated flags. It's like so unbelievably sick. I don't think we get a better version than this. That's probably true. We might get versions that are equal to it, but yeah, I mean, it like it sort of fixes the few things that I might have critique of in the original, and the ending bit is really the big one, like the climax of the game. But I think all the little additions in presentation, in the menus and the ending, and like all of that is, again, just displaying excellent sensibilities in like how to tweak things to just elevate them a little bit. Like the music's great. Like this could be improved if it had the sound effects, you know, if it could play the sound effects of the DOS or ST version, to have like the, you know, the falling scream and shit like that. Like there are individual tiny little things that other versions do better, but as a sum total, like it's just unbelievably good. Like yeah, you mentioned it, Crocodile, like the color scheme of certain tile sets. It's so funny, by the way, because I basically knew that we're gonna get the extra Jafar fight at the end and everything, but I assure you that I was not referring, like I wasn't trying to describe this game when I went over like what I think the game's climax should be. I just sort of accidentally described exactly what this game did. Because in my mind, if I were to again invent my own like remake or version of the game, I think I wouldn't necessarily have done it exactly like that, but coming to this, it's like, oh yeah, okay, actually it should be more like this. But yeah, like transporting to that sort of balcony scene, like I think what I would have imagined is, I don't know, maybe something that's actually kind of closer to the Super Nintendo version, but I would want to put my own twist on it. I just haven't put thought into what that would mean. But like you want a proper boss arena that's like extremely dramatic, that provides that sort of feel. Oh yeah, I wonder if the game crashed here again. I guess it might have. I don't know if I don't know what's going on, but I guess we're not leaving this screen. Always crash. Yeah, so we don't get to go back to the menu and look at, I guess, our replays and save data and everything isn't saved, but oh well. Well, the original game definitely rubbed up against like storage limitations, like, you know, that was a constant struggle. So there wouldn't have really been room, like doing a bunch of very like unique graphics would, I'm sure, have been completely out of the question. But it's again, like I guess the DOS version could have made more changes and embellishments like this version did, but I understand why they didn't. But I just think it's so awesome that this version manages to really keep everything that's awesome while adding stuff and being fully like additive. I guess we'll do this. The game stops there anyway, so let me shut this down. Alt F4 this. Nope, I guess we cannot. Exit. There we go. I guess we can stop the timer there. Sub 1 hour. Oh yeah, for sure. Like again, like there's stuff you could do. The Jafar fight could have been there at the end. That's true. That whole section, like the end of level 12 with the collapsing, like there's something there to like an action climax drama, you know, highlight, but it doesn't quite stick the landing for sure. Like it's like compared to the other very memorable moments and cool things in the game, it's a little iffy. But I think it's just fascinating that Arsis like felt comfortable taking these kind of liberties to change these specific things. Like, and I'm just so impressed with they would go on, of course, in the Super Nintendo version to completely reinvent the game, just change everything. Like every single level is different, and it has like twice the amount of them. But it's interesting that they not only saw fit to make these kinds of changes and these specific changes, but I'm so impressed with the judgment on display, really like nailing it. Like there's nothing I think that they changed that's like, I don't know about that. Crocodile, I think it was you, mentioned that like the color scheme, like the palace looking kind of gray. I think in the Super Nintendo version, some of the tile sets are quite similar, and there is certainly one palace tile set, but I'm not sure if I'm thinking of maybe what the final hallway looks like, where it is like more white, like maybe it's more sort of marble. So I guess in my brain, that's what I see when I see the grayish palace tile set in this version. But I think that's definitely fair. Like it's, there are some, like, you know, the lacking variations in the tile map and stuff like that. Like there are things you could do to elevate it further, but and again, technically like the Atari ST, I think has maybe nicer variety in the brick tiles, but it's such an extremely minute sort of nitpick. I don't even want to use the word complaint. And at the end of the day, like the PC98 version, I would say that if it wasn't for the speed issues, I would prefer the ST version over the DOS version. But I would, like, even without the changes and additions, the PC98 version plays, I would say, better than the DOS version because it has the speed settings. And it has some other, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter, but like the replays and saves and stuff. Like it's a more fleshed out version. Then it has the added like intro graphics and the ending. The music's cool. Like it's got more stuff in it. And then you add like the tweaking to the final encounter, just making the emotional journey even more satisfying than it was in the game that was like sick. So it's just it's really, really incredible. Yeah, the Super Nintendo version gives you a 2-hour time limit, which is well needed because the game, like the original game has 12 levels, and then at the end of level 12, you get to the Jafar level, and after the Jafar level, it's like the Princess Hallway. But by the game's like labeling, it's 12 levels. The Super Nintendo version has 20 levels, and I think level 20 basically is the equivalent of level 12 in the original, where the Jafar fight, the final Jafar battle, is also after, quote unquote, after the final level. It's after level 20. But I think when you beat level 20 is when the timer stops, so the timer doesn't count during the final like level, which makes sense. And I'm actually curious if this version does that too, because it would seem weird if you're in the middle of fighting Jafar, he just aborts your fight. So, I'm going to marry the princess right now. Like, he would be busy fighting you, right? So it makes sense that the time limit isn't active. But I'm not exactly sure. Either way, like, it's not just that they took the 12 levels and added 8 other levels. They did do that. They did add 8 completely new levels. but none of the 12 remaining ones are the same as the original. Like every single level, some of them are more recognizable as like modified versions. The first level, for example, is very similar, but it's the same up until where the sword is, because instead of just laying on the floor, you have to like go down to some underground river section. There's like 6 or 8 extra screens. But the level, like, again, there's not a single level is the same. Some of them are mostly similar, but most of them are just different enough to where, like, you can tell what level it's based on, but it's a different level. So it's just a massively expanded game. And then it has, like, extra boss fights and everything. Always thought the timer as a spell. I mean, it kind of conjures up the hourglass, sure, but like what happens at the end of the time limit, right? Like, presumably, the princess doesn't just like, well, I mean, I guess maybe she just dies by magic. You would think that if Jafar was like not there to watch her, like, it seems like an unfortunate from his point of view situation if the princess isn't even capable of giving in and marrying him before the time limit because he's busy. So I don't know. It doesn't really matter. You can justify it any way you want. But I mean, I could even have completely made this up, but I could swear that there are some versions, including the Super Nintendo one, where the timer does eventually stop before you have finished the game. But I could even be wrong about that. But it is for sure, like, it's the way I like to describe it is I think the Super Nintendo game is basically a fan-made Prince of Persia 2. Like, it's it retains enough of the original level design and obviously the plot and everything. So it's not really a sequel, but it's not a port either. It's like a completely like it's a remake, you could call it, I guess. Like, it's just not the same game at all. Jafar would be the type to make sure both the princess and he himself lose if he couldn't help it. Sure, I don't have a problem with that idea. I guess I just like the idea of, in my mind, like, he kind of wouldn't take no for an answer. So, like, if it wasn't for the kid coming up to fight him, if he was, like, there and the time ran out, he wouldn't kill her. He would, like, mind control her or otherwise physically, I guess, force her into marriage, or, that's how I see it, which means that, like, he would wait until the time is up, until he said, all right, fuck it, I'll, I had to do it the hard way or whatever. Him just being elsewhere occupied while the princess dies off screen and him realizing, oh shit, time ran out. Well, that's unfortunate. That is the scenario that I find hard to accept, I guess. DOS version stops the timer as you start to fight Jafar or some screens before. Like, some versions, like I think the Sam Coupe version and the CPC version... No, well, we didn't get there in the CPC version. I guess we didn't... I forget which versions. Maybe it was like the Amiga version and ST version. Some versions flash the timer on screen when Jafar dies. Yeah, the DOS version does, because I remember it said like 9 minutes left, and then after that we had a time of like 8:52 or something, which wouldn't have accounted for the extra time to get to the final. But I don't know. We don't really know the exact details of Jafar's magic. We can just infer from what we've seen, I guess. In any case, we did get through the PC98 version. So, that's a little trophy on that one. And as far as the review, I think there's really only one appropriate score to give this game. And that's an explosive, mind-blowing experience of how incredibly sick this version is. Do I have more to add? I don't think so. I don't know. It's pretty fucking incredible. Which is highly unsurprising. having played other good versions that retain most of these changes. But this is my first time actually playing this version, and I'm very happy, if unsurprised, to report that it fully lived up to all of my expectations. And short of technical emulator capture issues and whatnot, which wouldn't be a factor if I just played for my own sake, of course. This would easily be my go-to version, certainly over the DOS one. Like, I guess, like 3 sound effects, and I guess not crashing after beating the game. Well, it didn't crash after beating it. It crashed because we let it sit through the attract mode. If we went to the main menu, it would not have frozen. But those are like the tiniest little insignificant things that I would say are like better about the DOS version than this. Otherwise, this is just an improvement in every regard. Because, well, the controls aren't improved. They're just as good. They didn't fuck anything up. But like, graphically, it's so much more interesting to look at. I like the music. Again, I never would have felt like this version suffers from not having music, but I like the music in the PC98 version an awful lot. So I think it's wholly additive to the experience. It's like it's woven in well, and it's just fun and cool. So I would say it is for sure. Like, again, I could point to the Apple II version and the DOS version and the Atari ST version as all 3 of them in some ways equal or equivalent. Because I think the DOS version, again, like the aesthetics of it are a kind of unimpressive, unsatisfying interpretation of the visuals in the Apple II original. So I think the Apple II version, in a lot of ways, the Apple II version has something visually that's interesting, that is compelling, that is sort of evocative in a way that the DOS version is not. So that's something that I think the Apple II version kind of has over the DOS version, but the DOS version is like smoother to play. And the Atari ST version, I think, up until the PC98 version, like the PC98 version is the only version that puts up a fight against the ST for like best looking version. And I don't even necessarily think it's like a hands down victory for the PC98 version in that regard. I think on the whole, visually, I probably do kind of prefer it, but I don't know. I think there's the shading on the sprites, like the skeleton and like the rim lighting effect, like there's cool visual shit going on with the use of color and shading that the PC98 just like isn't well suited to because of the limited color palette. So I think the ST version and PC98 both play incredibly well to their respective strengths in terms of how they chose to embellish the graphics. But I think Arsis took a bit of a wider swing with like redesigning the princess's room and things like that. To say nothing, of course, of like the added intro and ending, which like adds so much to the overall presentation. Wait till I see the Game Boy version. I have played it. And I know it's fucked up. But it's been a while, so I couldn't really specify like a lot of exact details. But yeah, looking at what we've got ahead of us, because we did like an extended stream tonight, I don't know. I think for now, I feel like my Prince of Persia itch has been scratched. I was previously expecting that I would want to do like a morning stream on Saturday. And now, I don't know. Because before I go live, I would have to make sure I've got the x68000 version up and running and everything, which could be like 20 seconds of setup, but it could also mean that I need to remind myself how an emulator works, and like it could be a bit of a hassle. So I'm not sure. But as far as what's coming up, the x68000 version and FM Towns versions both use graphics. They look, I think, for the most part, identical to the PC98 version, but I don't know how they play. And I think they both will likely have some slight differences in audio, which could be interesting. They could be large differences in audio, but I don't think they will sound exactly the same, I guess is the point. The Game Boy version, as mentioned, I think is pretty fucked. I think the Game Boy version will be a strong contender for the coupes, the Sem Coupe versions, like being the worst so far. The Mega CD version is excellent. It's not the prettiest, but it's otherwise, as far as I can tell, a very faithful port of the... Now that I think of it, I was thinking that the music in the PC98 version sounded familiar, which seemed a little odd to me because I hadn't played it. And I was thinking, did the Super Nintendo version use these tracks? But I don't think it did, because I'm remembering different music in that game. But now that I think of it, I think the Mega CD version actually has a rearranged CD version of the PC98 soundtrack. That would make perfect sense. And I remember that I used to think that the PC Engine and Mega CD versions were essentially the same, but they are not. Not only do they look different, the PC Engine version actually has some considerable changes. It's kind of like the CPC version. It's mostly faithful, but not quite. And I remember being a little annoyed with it the last time I played it. It's still a decent port. It probably falls on the good side of the good-bad binary divide. But I think the CPC and PC Engine CD version are probably going to be somewhat in the same range of it's got some weirdnesses. But I'm pretty sure I beat the PC Engine version last time I played it. So there might be a limit to how fucked it is. But we'll have to find out when we revisit it. So yeah, we will continue to have I think for the most part, it's going to be a nice even spread of good, bad, fucked, weird. It's not a gradual scale from good to bad or vice versa, which I think is interesting. The PC Engine and Mega CD version both have cutscenes similar to the PC98 version with voice acting and stuff added. In fact, the Mega CD version has pretty much exactly the PC98 intro with Jafar and the crystal ball, but it's more extended. There's more images. And it's all CD music, of course. But it's pretty typical for the time. PC Engine CD launched in 88, 89. So a lot of these early CD-ROM games, it was, they had CD music. They might have a cutscene or two with voice acting, and that was kind of what you got with the CD format. Not necessarily 600 megabytes of graphics. But it's still cool. But yeah, we got a lot more coming after that, of course. But we shall see. Well, the PC Engine CD version is it's decent as I remember it, but because it's imperfect, it ultimately ends up being disappointing, because you would think that why isn't it why isn't it like the Mega CD version? Why isn't it essentially perfect as far as what excuse do any of these ports have for fucking up the controls? And the Mega CD version is I always thought it's a good version because it plays well, which, as far as I'm aware, will definitely hold true. But it's a bit grody looking. It's not... Ultimately, I might actually prefer it to the DOS version, because it is still kind of based on the PC98 graphics. But you'll see when we get to it. It's not not a great looking version. But it's not amateurish like the Mac version either. What's up, Helvetica Scenario? Greetings. We're kind of wrapping up here after having completed 3 versions of the game. Well, we didn't beat the CPC version, but we got a full run out of it at least. I think, did we get to... No, we got to the end of level 11. We just barely opened the exit, but we didn't reach level 12. So we almost, we got pretty far. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with PC98 stuff, or even really Ars's body of work, so I wouldn't really know what the music might be reminiscent of. But I like it. I think it's appropriate. It's good music. I like what they did. I guess it's the CPC version, Doom Noob. I like the graphics, and it's mostly there in terms of it's really the combat that messes it up, because The guard's behavior isn't quite what it's supposed to be, which makes a lot of fights more difficult than they should be and more annoying than they should be. The guards block a ton. Like, right towards the end of the run, I kind of figured out... I didn't solve the combat, but I realized that, like, when you parry... In the CPC version, they kind of messed it up, because what's supposed to happen is that if there's an attack and you parry it, both characters sort of align their animation timing so that there's no variable timing. Like, there's a timing window. You don't have to hit the parry on an exact frame, but if you correctly do the parry, if their attack hits your parry within its active window, the resulting situation is always the same, timing-wise. Because again, like, both characters snap into a specific animation where the two of them are in sync. So the timing of, like, the attack animation on the attacker's part and the parry animations, they sort of snap into the right timing for the deflect part of the animation, which means after that happens, you're kind of back to neutral. You don't have, like, frame advantage. You don't get a free attack after that. But in the CPC version, that's not how it works. Like, what happens is that if you parry and you get attacked during the parry, it's like, it's sort of like during a window of time, it's like you're getting iframes. So you're sticking out your sword to parry, they will attack you, but if you parry early, their attack will come through, and your parry will, like, recover and finish while they're still in the recovery of their attack, and you can attack them before their attack finishes, which gets you, like, a guaranteed hit if you parry really early, kind of almost in anticipation. I only figured out that was the case in, like, level 11, so I didn't really have time to experiment with it, but if you learn that and can sort of abuse it, I'm sure you can fight more effectively, because what ended up happening is that the rallying also, like, doesn't quite work. You can't really get into that back and forth properly, so a lot of the fighting ends up being like you attack the enemy and they deflect you and then stop. Attack, deflect, attack, deflect. So, like, it's very hard to take initiative in combat because they will just shut it down and just, like, make each fight take much longer. And I discovered there's also other weirdnesses, like you can do a running jump on, like, one tile. You don't need, like, a running start, which it took me a while to notice because I wouldn't have tried to do that. I only discovered it by accident because I wouldn't have thought to try to do that because that's not something you're supposed to be able to do. So, you know, if you take all these versions that are a little bit, that seem to mostly be authentic but have some slight weirdnesses around the edges, I bet if you actually try to break them, if you try to do things that you're not supposed to be able to do, you could probably discover a bunch of weird techniques that actually break the game, or at least expose it as being far less faithful than it might seem on the surface. But I'm not really here to do that, because in some cases, I guess you could find, like, useful tricks, and it's neat. If a version isn't authentic, I guess it's a positive for it to at least have interesting, unique quirks. So being able to do a weird running jump off of one tile is kind of neat. I know that there's a similar thing in the Mega Drive version too. So I don't necessarily think the availability of those options makes the version worse in and of itself, but it's more like an indication that it's got weird issues, you know. So in my assessment, like, the DOS version, the Amiga version, the ST version, the PC-98 version, they are all authentic. Like, the controls all work correctly. I was not able to discern any instances of behavior that seemed incorrect. It's possible that some of them do allow you to do things that the Apple II version doesn't, but I didn't discover them. Whereas the SAM Coupe and CPC versions both had differences, far more egregious ones in the SAM Coupe version, but even in the CPC version, there were, you know, some weirdnesses, but it's still, like, it retained enough of it to be recognizable and still mostly kind of work. But I think the thing is, like, and I said the same thing when we kind of finished it, that, like, yeah, the CPC version is probably going to end up being, like, the worst of the good versions or the best of the bad versions, kind of depending on where that line is drawn, because it doesn't feel like a total chore to play, because it's super fucked up, but it's fucked up enough, and it's like different enough that it's difficult to fully rely. Like you don't feel like the controls are reliable. But truly, it was really the combat that messes it up way more than anything else. And the combat was still, I don't know, acceptable. Like the Semcoupe version had kind of messed up combat, but it was easier to work around. The issues with the combat in the CPC version were more detrimental because it added difficulty to the game that didn't feel like it should be there. But ultimately, like, I like the graphics. I think it's mostly okay. So I ended up very much on the fence. So like, I wasn't sure what to think of it, and that's reflected in my review score. This will be the end of tonight's stream. I guess I'll just like see how I feel on the day, but I think it's relatively likely that I will not stream tomorrow. But I could wake up, take a shower, eat breakfast, and go, fuck, I want to play some Prince of Persia, you know? So I cannot rule out the possibility that I want to play Prince of Persia more tomorrow and or on Sunday. Well, probably not both, but we shall see. We shall see. Stay tuned. Keep an eye on the Discord for any announcements. I'll try to announce ahead of time if at all possible. And yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I'm excited to keep exploring Prince of Persia. We're going to go raiding. And we are going to raid Geneva Lee is streaming. Been streaming for a while, but hopefully not on the verge of ending their stream. Maybe they are. It doesn't matter. Let's make sure to raid before the stream's over. Thanks a lot for hanging out. I'll see you guys around. Peace.